right? Peace. I'm pretty well. So yeah, we here today. And I've been talking about uh about this video right here for a minute. Right, magnetic. Yeah, I've been talking about this guy right here for a minute. Right, that he well, I don't know if this happens to anybody else, but it's like every couple of months, right? Uh, they put somebody like in my algorithm, like somebody that like is YouTube or whatever, whoever it is. They be trying to market this person to me. You know what I'm saying? So like yeah, I think the first person I noticed it on was Joe Rogan. Which like all of a sudden it's all these JRE clips in my timeline. You know what I'm saying? You know, at one time it was that guy PBD that's always talking about business. You know, was Lex Friedman for a minute, a couple other people. Now it's this lady, this white lady named Heather. I'm not even sure what she talks about, but they constantly like if I'm watching videos, right, and then I go in the kitchen to handle something, by the time I come back, my video is finished, her video is playing. You know, like I said, like she's just one of the people that I look at and I'm just fairly sure I'm not interested in what she got to say. So I've never really watched one of her videos. But at any rate, at some point, this guy right here comes on, uh, Professor Jiang is his name. Hold on, let's get let's get some listening because he has some interesting. If you can see right here, right, he has this civilization series, right? So this is civilization number 28, Muhammad's Revolution of God. So of course, you know this is. So I've been. They put him on my timeline a while ago. So I don't know if you saw this particular one, Mr. Green, but he has this civilization series where he covers quite a few things, right? But in this particular one, right, you know, he keeps coming on my timeline, but he has titles like this. That's very interesting, right? So this is uh, civilization number 28, Muhammad's Revolution of God, where uh, you know what he does in general is he presents some unique perspectives on history, and he assigns a few different causes. Maybe causes that you might not have considered before to some uh, effects and events. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like I said, I don't know who he is. You know what I'm saying? Like he could be just a guy doing YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You know, he appears to be a professor in a college. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know which college, right? Like I said, I don't know. He could be just a professor that put this on there for his students and it got popular. You know what I'm saying? Or he could be straight from the Chinese government. He said he teaches a high school in China. All right, so this is what I'm saying. But I mean, that's a little bit peculiar because he's speaking English. So if he's a high school teacher in in uh, China, that's a little bit peculiar. So you say he was trained at Yale. He lived in Canada with migrant parents. I'm saying that's kind of the description of people that's from the Chinese government. I don't know if you're saying this stuff. I don't, I don't know if you're saying this stuff to absolve him, but yeah, that's pretty much that's. Yeah, Chairman Mao is his great uncle. you know, but seriously, I don't know that. So like I said, either way, right? If he says something that you know you may not have knowledge of, right, or you disagree with, you got to do your due diligence. But let's check out this that he's presenting right here because he is presenting a historical account, right, that posits that Muhammad is the Messiah that the Jews and Christians was waiting for. So from here, we're gonna let anybody. Matter of fact, what is his? Let's see if we could get his page. So anybody can go over there and check it out. Predictive History is the name of Professor Jiang's channel. So if you get a chance, go over there. He has many interesting topics. Subscribe to his channel, but for right now, we're going to let him take it away.
Okay, good morning. So we are doing Muhammad and the rise of Islam today. Muhammad, as you know, is one of the most important and influential figures in human history. He is as important as Jesus. But ironically, we actually don't know that much about Muhammad. In fact, we probably know more about Jesus than we know about Muhammad. With Jesus, at least we have a lot of his quotations, a lot of his sayings, which give us insight into his philosophy, his religion, his thinking. But with Muhammad, we don't have that many quotations. We don't have that many written sources. In fact, the Quran, which is the holy book of the Islamic tradition, doesn't really mention him, even though in theory it is written by him. In fact, one of the earliest written documents about Muhammad is actually from a Christian bishop, written about 20, 30 years after Muhammad's death in 632 CE. Okay? So we know he exists. So we know that he was a real person and he was the founder of the Islamic tradition. And this is what Sibyl says about Muhammad. At that time, a certain man from along those same sons of Ishmael, whose name was Mamet. Okay, so Mamet is Muhammad. In fact, we don't even know what his real name is. Muhammad just means blessed one in Arabic. A merchant, okay, so he was a merchant, as if by God's command appeared to them as a preacher. So he was a prophet who rallied the Arabs to his cause. Abandoning their vain cults, they turned to the living God who had appeared to the father Abraham. Okay, so Muhammad converted the polytheistic Arabs to the monotheism of the Jews.
So, for the jump right here, I mean, he has a source for this, of course. He's speaking from the source of this Christian bishop right here, right? But see, I was unaware of this Christian bishop. So you see how from the jump, it's already things being presented here, right? Me being unaware of this Christian bishop, right? I've never heard the works of Muhammad described in that way.
Turn to the living God who had appeared to the father Abraham. Okay, so Muhammad converted the polytheistic Arabs to the monotheism of the Jews. So Muhammad legislated for them not to carry on, not to drink wine, not to speak falsely, and not to engage in fornication. He said, with an oath, God promised this land to Abraham and his seed after him forever. And he brought about as he promised during that time while he loved Ishmael. Okay, so what he's saying is the Arabs are the descendants of Abraham, just like the Jews and the Christians. But now you are the sons of Abraham, and God is accomplishing his promise to Abraham and his seed to you. Okay, God promised you the promised land. And now this land has been taken away from you. Okay, Jerusalem, Israel has been taken away from you. And now we will take it back by going to war, jihad, holy war. Love sincerely only the God of Abraham, and go and seize the land which God gave to your father Abraham. No one will be able to resist you in battle because God is with you. Okay, so this is actually very similar to the story of Moses in the Bible, right? The Jews were enslaved in Egypt, and Moses appeared before them and promised to take them back to Israel. All right, so this is clearly following an ancient tradition. And so Muhammad, in many ways, is like Moses. In fact, what's really strange is that in the Quran, the most quoted figure, the figure that is most mentioned, is Moses, not Muhammad or Jesus. Okay, so let's try to figure out what's going on here. First of all, what Muhammad is saying is that Christians, Jews, and Arabs are all one big family. Why? Because in the Bible, it says that Abraham made a covenant with Yahweh. Abraham swore allegiance to Yahweh. In return, Yahweh gave him the promised land. Now, the promised land is not Israel. The promised land is all that territory going from the Nile to the Tigris in modern-day Iraq. So it's basically the entire Middle East. Okay, that's what the promised land is. Now, this is important because Abraham had a wife, Sarah. Sarah, for most of her life, was not able to give birth. And if you don't have descendants, if you don't have children, they don't get the promised land, right? So in desperation, Sarah gave Abraham her maid named Hagar. And Abraham impregnated Hagar, and Hagar gave birth to a son named Ishmael. And then Ishmael went to the Arabian desert, and he is the father of the Arab people. Okay, and that's where Muhammad comes from, the Arabs. Sarah, by the miracle of God.
See, now he's getting a little bit more to the part. He's getting a little bit more to the part of, how I've heard this story. This is what I'm saying is you gotta listen to this guy. But as we get through it, he is going to make it much more clear.
God would eventually be able to give birth to the Israelites. Okay? And as we know, the Israelites will eventually become the Christians. So, in other words, the Christians, the Jews, and the Muslims, they have a common ancestor in Abraham. Okay? So this is what this is saying. So even though we don't have that many written sources about Muhammad, we have something called the Hadith. Okay? The Hadith. The Hadith is Arabic and it just means an oral tradition. So there are these stories about Muhammad that has been passed on orally from generation to generation, celebrating his life. And so let's go over what is traditionally understood about Muhammad. So Muhammad was born in the year 570 into an Arab tribe, okay? And he's born in a place called Mecca in the Arabian desert. He became a trader a merchant, because most people at that time were either nomads or merchants. And at a very young age, he married a very wealthy widow. And until the age of 40,
I'm going to tell you one thing, Mr. Greenwood. He has some horrible handwriting to be a high school teacher. Like his existed the whole way or is it my TV or is you can see like everything is on different angles. Everything and you know this tiny kind of writing, you know, or maybe it's maybe this is the screen. I don't know. But this kind of handwriting, this doesn't look like high school history teacher handwriting.
His life was prosperous but uneventful. Then at age 40, he started to meditate in a cave. Okay, that's a very common thing, to go to a cave and to meditate as a form of religious worship. And while he was at the cave, the angel Gabriel appeared before Muhammad. And he said to Muhammad, "You and your family have lost the way. You are the descendants of Ishmael, who brought the religion of Yahweh to the desert. Back then you were monotheistic, but then over time you became corrupted and became polytheistic. And so you have a mission to tell your fellow Arabs the story of Yahweh, the story of the Bible, and to return them to the love of Yahweh."
See, this is what I'm saying, where it's like as you listen to him, he keeps it interesting, right? Because he keeps throwing stuff like that in, you know. But let's check it out.
Return them to monotheism. And so Gabriel, in a series of visions, would tell Muhammad the story of the Bible, okay, including Moses, his taking the people, the chosen people, the Jews, from Egypt back to the Promised Land. And this is considered a miracle and true because Muhammad was an illiterate merchant who had no exposure to the Bible. So this had to be true. And this shows that this is all a miracle. So Muhammad is now inspired by the archangel Gabriel to preach the word of God. But at this time, Arabia is a polytheistic, primitive, and backward society. So the people of Mecca reject him. He spends 13 years in Mecca preaching the word, but they reject him. So eventually he decides to move to Medina. Okay? And this move is very important. It's called the hijab. Okay?
I'm saying, listen, look, I decided to move to Mecca. Move to Medina.
The immigration. He and his followers move from Mecca to Medina, and this starts the Islamic tradition. And this marks the year 0 in the Islamic calendar, just as the birth of Jesus marks the year 0 in the Christian calendar. Okay? So he goes to Medina because the tribes there have invited him to be a judge. The tribes there, one of the tribes is actually Jewish. They're fighting amongst themselves. And they need someone to arbitrate their disputes. And so Muhammad goes and he creates something called the Constitution of Medina, which promises the freedom of religious expression to all people. Okay? There will be no religious prejudice in Medina. Eventually, over time, more and more followers are attracted to his message of monotheism, and he starts to build a following, an army. But because he's preaching a faith that is counter the mainstream faith, he gets attacked by other Arab tribes. And there's some setbacks, but through the love of God, through the will of God, he triumphs over them and he unites the Arabian Peninsula. Now, at this point, they were a threat to the two major world empires at this time, the Byzantine Empire, who adheres to the Roman Empire, as well as the Sasanian Persian Empire. And they both attack him. They both attack the Muslims. But again, through the miracle of God, the Muslims are able to defeat both empires. And in less than 100 years, they conquer most of the world. Okay? It is one of the greatest mysteries in world history how this happened. All right? How was it possible for desert people, okay, these are desert nomads who are poor, primitive, and backward, how they were able to defeat two world empires and conquer most of the world. Their empire at their height would stretch from Spain in the west all the way to India and would include Egypt, the Levant, Mesopotamia, and Iran. Okay, very impressive. How do they do that? And this mystery has never been solved. We will try in today's class to solve this mystery. In today's class, we'll try to answer three major questions. First of all, who was Muhammad really? Who was this person? What did he believe? What did he want? Okay, that's the first question. Second question is, how was this new religion, Islam, able to triumph? All right. And the third and last question is, why do we know so little about the early history of the Islamic tradition?
These some pretty serious. This is so now we're about to get into the meat of that's kind of the introduction right there. So now he's gonna these is all questions. When you ask why, it gets serious. You know what I mean? So especially when he gets to the end and he speaks on why it is that we know so little about Muhammad, he has quite an interesting quite an interesting way to put that. So let's let him continue. But I'm saying this is the part that you really might end up having to do some due diligence on some of the things you hear from here on out.
Okay. So given that we know so little about the early history, and given that there are few written sources about the early history, and very little archaeology has been done because Mecca and Medina are the two holiest sites in the Islamic tradition. All right, so we don't have that much evidence. In this situation, we can only use historical analogs. Are there historical incidents that mirror or similar to what happened in the Arabian Peninsula 1,500 years ago? And the answer is there are actually many similarities. All right, so I always look at I'll just look at three, okay? The first is from 1850 to 1864 in China, there's something called the Taiping Rebellion. I'm not sure if you know the story, but what happened was there was this young man, only in his 20s, but his name is Hong Xiu-Chuan. And he's trying to become a scholar official by taking the examination. And he's failed 3 times already. After his 3rd attempt, he runs into a Christian missionary who gives him a pamphlet. And he just peruses that pamphlet and he learns about Jesus. Then he has a dream where he meets Jesus and Jesus tells him, "You're my brother, you're my little brother." And after he fails the exam for the 4th time, he decides to abandon that scholar official route and embrace his destiny as a Chinese brother of Jesus. And eventually, over the course of 10 years, he's able to build a following that eventually conquers most of China. And he's almost able to overthrow the Qing Empire. But there are some other factors at work. For example, the Western powers, mainly the British Empire, intervene on behalf of the Qing dynasty. So, a very similar situation with the Muslim conquest of the world, right? These are peasants who have this very strange new religion, and somehow they're able to beat a major empire. And what the story of the Taiping Rebellion tells us is a new religion that is revolutionary in the right social, historical, economic circumstances can be very powerful. Okay, so what drove the Taiping soldiers in battle was both the idea of religious devotion, God is with us, and revolutionary zeal. We are making a new world. And when soldiers are infused with both religious devotion and revolutionary zeal, they're not afraid to die. They will fight to the death. And that's why they were able to overwhelm the government soldiers. Okay? Same thing happened in something called the War of the Canudos from 1896 to 1898 in Europe. The Canudos is a northern province in Brazil. And Brazil, for most of its history, was an extremely racist society where minorities were persecuted by the predominantly Spanish and white colonizers. And it was an extremely unequal society where a few landlords controlled all the wealth. So the Canudos was a rebellion to overthrow these landlords and establish a kingdom of heaven. It was led by this preacher who preached the coming of the kingdom of heaven, just like Jesus. And he was surrounded by these peasants who overthrew the landlords. He was surrounded by bandits who were criminals, basically. They didn't have any guns. They didn't have any weapons. They didn't have any soldiers. The Brazilian army saw them as a threat, and they sent 3 expeditions against these peasants. All 3 times, the Brazilian army was destroyed. Okay, they lost the battle. Why? Because again, when peasants have revolutionary zeal and religious devotion, they're not afraid to die. And so, hand to hand, they were able to defeat the British soldiers who were well armed and well trained. So with the fourth expedition, the Brazilian army decided to send everyone. The entire Brazilian army was sent against this peasant uprising because they saw this as a threat to the social order. And what they did was, rather than engage the peasants in hand-to-hand combat directly, they surrounded the area with artillery and they bombarded the peasants until they were all dead. They basically nuked the peasants, okay? Because they could not defeat the peasants hand-to-hand or directly. And in both times, the Taiping Rebellion and the War of the Canudos, you can say it was a religious movement, but they were both revolutions. They were trying to overthrow the established social order. Okay? So let's look at one more example of this, which is the French Revolution. Now, we're going to spend a lot of time on the French Revolution next semester, so I don't want to spend too much time on it right now, okay? But you know the basic outline of the French Revolution, right? Where the nobility and the monarchy were overthrown. And they established a new revolutionary government. And the monarchies of Europe united against France because they saw France as a threat to the established social order of Europe. And the French revolutionaries were able to defeat the combined armies of Europe. And under Napoleon, they established the French Empire. Okay? So all three incidents are very similar to what happened in the Arabian Peninsula in 600 CE. So in other words, what I believe happened is the Muslims were the world's first global revolution. Okay, so let me explain what I mean by that. Okay, so first of all, let's better understand the Arabian Peninsula at this time. Okay, so this is the year 600. And again, there are two major world empires between the Arabian Peninsula. There's the Byzantine Empire, which is basically like this, okay? Okay, these are Byzantines. So, and they are the heirs to the Romans. So basically the Eastern Roman Empire. Okay, and they still think of themselves as the Roman Empire, but historically we call them the Byzantines now. And over here, okay, are what we call the Sasanian Persian Empire. And as you can see, they're huge, okay? This is India and this is Spain, by the way, okay? And this is Egypt. So these are huge world empires. And then you have the Arabs in the Arabian Peninsula, which is just desert, okay? And you look at this map, you'd be like, oh my God, how was it possible for the Arabs to defeat both the Byzantine Empire and the Sasanian Persian Empire? And the answer is this. What people don't understand, what is not recognized is in 600 CE, the hotbed of innovation was actually here in the Arabian Peninsula. This was the most creative, the most open, and the most cosmopolitan center in the world at this time. And that's what people don't really understand. So let me explain why. Okay, as you can see from this map, Arabia, the Arabian Peninsula, it's a desert, but it's basically the center of the world. And remember, in this class, what you're taught is the world has always been connected through trade. Okay, so the Arabian Peninsula, even though you can't really have cities because you don't have any rivers, and you can't really grow crops, so you can't have agriculture, they've been trading with other nations and civilizations for thousands of years. Okay? because there's a crisscross of empire. So if India wanted to access Egypt, okay, because again, Egypt for the longest time was the wealthiest civilization, then they had to first send their goods to Arabia, and then the nomads would transport the goods into Egypt. Okay. So what does it mean to be a trading center? Well, the first thing that it means is you have access to the most advanced technology, information, and knowledge in the world because you're a trader. You go everywhere and you bring back not just goods, but stories and information. They know everything about the world. They know exactly what's happening in the Byzantine Empire. They know exactly what's happening in the Sassanid Empire, even though most people don't know what's happening in the desert, okay? Also, because they're traders, they're extremely open-minded and cosmopolitan. They have no prejudices. They have to be friends with everyone. And the third thing is, because you're traders, they have to constantly learn new information, okay? So that's the first unique characteristic about the Arabian Peninsula at this time. These are open-minded, cosmopolitan people who are constantly absorbing new information, new knowledge to better their society.
Yeah, see this comment right here, Mr. Greenwood? He said, my only gripe with Jiang is he needs to brush up on his African history. He even admits he isn't well versed in African studies, which is why he doesn't cover much in his series. He was recently asked, why doesn't he speak on Africa much when he is doing these lessons? See, because then you might have to start talking about China. See, you, you keep saying things that I don't know what they call the CIA in China. I don't know what they call the CIA in China, but he might be from he might be, because look, matter of fact, you know something? He did show up on my timeline right around the time they started giving TikTok big trouble. Somebody, they was talking for a long time, but right when it got serious, that's about the time he came up. But like I said, I don't know who he is. You keep saying this stuff. You keep saying this stuff. And it's just funny to me. This is you lining them up for these. I wasn't even thinking about that. You know what I'm saying? But as you can see, he's presented a few different things, like even the way he described the French Revolution, right? Which is something that's like, okay, I know, somewhat about the French Revolution, but still, the way he presented it, just the whole way how he even spoke of Napoleon. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way we learn about Napoleon in school is that, he's a dictator and a tyrant. But he just, the way he described it, Napoleon is the hero of a peasant revolution, a revolution of the people. So that's one of the things that I'm saying. Like, the way he presents everything is a different perspective, But he's not done. He don't just leave you hanging with this stuff. He actually is going in a direction.
The second thing about the Arabian Peninsula is that it's a war society. You don't have cities, you don't have centralized control. Just tribes, okay? Just different clans, different families fighting each other. So honor is very important. If you offend someone in my family, we go to war. Okay? But guess what? Because they're always at war, these are strong, brave people who know how to fight. And that's why both the Byzantines and the Sasanians hired these people as mercenaries. Okay? And so as mercenaries, they were learning the most advanced warcraft, military doctrine of both the Sassanines and the Byzantines. These were the best soldiers in the world, basically. And what happened is that over time, the Byzantines and the Sasanians would establish client states within the Arabian Peninsula. Okay, so these are client states. All right, so that's the second thing. This is a war society, okay, who know how to fight. The third thing that makes the Arabian Peninsula so innovative is its diversity. All right, so what do I mean by that? Okay, so as we discussed last class, Augustine creates this intellectual blueprint for the Catholic Church, and the focus is on obedience. Okay, the idea is orthodoxy, meaning there is only one proper way to understand our religion. If you disagree,
Yeah, look, you can tell he's not Christian. Did he just say Augustine? I don't know if I ever heard him not referred to as Saint. He said Augustine. He didn't even say Saint Augustine.
a fight. The third thing that makes the Arabian Peninsula so innovative is its diversity. All right, so what do I mean by that? Okay, so as we discussed last class, Augustine creates this intellectual blueprint for the Catholic Church, and the focus is on obedience. Okay, the idea is orthodoxy, meaning there is only one proper way to understand our religion. If you disagree, then it's heresy. Okay, and as we discussed, the problem with the Christian religion is it's
All right, Mr. Greenwood, you can't. That's too crooked right there, son. You can't write like that if you would teach it. You can't. You cannot write at a 45-degree angle on the board unless it's some particular. It's got to be some particular reason for you to do that. I tell you, we laugh him out of law school. He coming in. He come in right like that.
problem with the Christian religion is it's very, very confusing. So we talked about the example of the Godhead, right? Jesus, Holy Spirit, and God are one and the same. Well, this creates a lot of problems. For example, the very basis of the Christian religion is that Jesus died for our sins, right? Jesus was sacrificed, he was crucified, and he suffered for our sins. Here's a question though. How does God suffer? How does God die? That makes no sense. So one,
That was a low blow right there, Professor Jiang. you had to, you had to hit him like that. You didn't have to hit him like that, Professor Jiang. Cool. My bad, John. I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back, man. But that was hilarious right there. I can't hold that.
Godhead, right? Jesus, Holy Spirit, and God are one and the same. Well, this creates a lot of problems. For example, the very basis of the Christian religion is that Jesus died for our sins, right? Jesus was sacrificed, he was crucified, and he suffered for our sins. Here's a question though. How does God suffer? How does God die? That makes no sense. So one debate that has never ended, okay? Even today, Christians still fight over it. It's the idea of Christology. What is the nature of Christ? Is he divine? Is he human? Is he both? Is he half-half? Was he human here and then...
Listen, he can't be teaching high school, man. Listen, right now, the whole class and be rolling on the floor. Say, my G, listen, one thing I can tell you, I would pass this class. I would pass this class. This has been one of my favorite teachers of all time. See, it's not that I'm making fun of his accent, shit, but you can't front, shit. His little language barrier make that mad funny. Oh man! All right, man. We gonna listen to it again, man. we gonna check it out again. We gonna try to get through this, man. It's not me, it's him.
That has never ended, okay? Even today, Christians still fight over it. It's the idea of Christology. What is the nature of Christ? Is he divine? Is he human? Is he both? Is he half-half? Was he human here and then divine up there? There are lots of possibilities. And even today, Christians cannot agree. Okay? So, from the first day, Christians have fought over each other, over the nature of Christ and the nature of the Godhead. Okay? And again, because of orthodoxy, there's only one interpretation, and you must follow that interpretation. And if you don't follow that interpretation, guess what? You either have to go somewhere else or you die. And so they're forced to go east, right? They either go to the Sassanid Empire or they go to the Arabian Desert. Many choose to go to the Arabian Desert. Why? Because in the Arabian Desert, there's no central authority. You are free to practice the faith as you choose. And guess what? Often, those who are the most heretical, those who want to practice their own faith, are the most innovative because they like to ask questions. They like to explore. They want to practice a personal faith. They believe that God is someone you communicate with, right? The Catholic Church demands that you can only access God through priests. You're not allowed to read the Bible. You're not allowed to question orthodoxy. And the most intelligent people want to do that. They want to speak to God. They want to practice their own personal faith. They want to ask questions. And in this world at this time, the only place you can do that is the Arabian Desert. So you have lots of Christians, Christians who are very controversial. They all end up in the Arabian Desert, okay, in order to practice their faith. You also have a lot of Jews in the Arabian Desert. Why? Well, first of all, I mean, the Arabian Desert is very close to Jerusalem, right? So there's always been Jews there as traders. And when they go to Arabian Desert, remember, this is common story about how the Arabs and the Jews come from one big family, Abraham. Okay, so they're able to coalesce, intermingle, intermarry fairly easily. You also had a lot of Jews who are escaping persecution, right? You also had a lot of Jews who fought in the civil wars against Rome, and they lost and had to run to the Arabian desert. Okay, so you have a lot of Jews here as well. You also have Zoroastrians from the Sassanid Empire who, again, want to practice their own personal faith. So the Arabian desert, it is a hotbed of religious diversity and religious tolerance. You are allowed to practice any faith, and people respect that. Okay? And again, they have some of the smartest Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians in the world at this point. People who will eventually lend their expertise to the Arab military machine. All right? So they will help the Arabs develop innovative siege warfare and military doctrine and science as well. Okay? Does that make sense? At the same time, while Arabia is increasing in terms of innovation and wealth and diversity, both the Byzantines and the Sassanians are declining in terms of social stability. Okay? So as we discussed in this class, whenever you have stability, what happens is you will eventually have inequality and corruption. So people within the Byzantine Empire are extremely unhappy for three reasons. The first reason is the problem of landlessness. Second problem is debt. These are problems that have existed throughout human history. Why are there so many revolutions in Chinese history? Because of these two problems, right? Because there are a few people who control all the land, and because the peasants get into debt. So much debt they can't pay it back. And their entire family, for generations, are enslaved to the landlords. But also at this time, because of the Catholic Church, you also have the problem of religious persecution. All right? You are not allowed to practice your own faith. You are only allowed to practice the faith that the Catholic Church demands of you. And the same situation is also true in the Persian Empire. All right? So the people are extremely unhappy. At the same time, there's a lot of instability within the government of these empires. Why? Well, first of all, because they're always fighting each other, okay? So wars, they're always fighting each other. And that causes them to lose a lot of resources, okay? Second is, whenever you have large cities, you have the problem of plagues, right? Disease, plagues. So there are these plagues called the Justinian plague that wiped out about 10 to 20% of the population at this point. And the third problem is civil wars, right? Because whenever an emperor dies, they fight over who's the next emperor. So in other words, we think, it seems, that the Byzantines and the Sassanids are really strong and the Arabs are really weak. When you actually analyze it, you realize that, oh, wow, the Byzantines are extremely weak, the Sassanids are really weak, and the Arabs are really strong. The problem with the Arabs, though, is they're divided, right? They're divided into like thousands, tens of thousands of different tribes. So the question now is, how do you unite them? So you need a leader to come and inspire the people. Okay, and this is Muhammad. Now, what's important for us to understand is there are lots of different prophets who think they're the Messiah at this point, okay? Because both the Zoroastrian religion and the Christian religion and the Jewish religion believe that the Messiah will come. Okay, and we call this apocalyptic eschatology. And this is very, very popular, right? Because with empires, because the more stable empires are, the more corruption, the more inequality, the more social stagnation there are, okay? So people naturally turn towards the idea of apocalyptic eschatology. So there are 100 people who figure themselves as Messiah. But eventually, Muhammad becomes the Messiah of the Arab people. Okay? And why? Well, fortunately, we have a formulation of a great leader that we've learned in this class. All right? So let me remind you of this formulation. The first is the person is so strategic that he becomes visionary. Second is the person is so innovative, he becomes revolutionary. The third is the person is so disciplined, he becomes selfless. Right? And so there are many individuals we've met in this class that follow this formula. So, for example, Philip of Macedon, as well as Julius Caesar. Philip and Julius Caesar, we imagine warfare. They made their armies into meritocracies where the very best and the most loyal were able to rise up in the ranks regardless of class or caste, okay? And they were selfless. They were always in the first in battle. They put the soldiers' lives first, okay? And so we can say that whoever Muhammad was would fit this description, okay? So let me explain. All right, you are in the Arabian Peninsula. There are tens of thousands of different factions, different tribes who have been fighting each other for centuries. They don't really like each other. Now, how do you unite them? How do you get everyone to work together and defeat both the Byzantines and the Sassanians? Well, if you have three different messages, you can unite everyone. Okay? The first message is this: we are all God's children. Okay? Arabs, Jews, Christians, we are all descendants of Abraham. Therefore, we are all God's children. We are one big family. There should be no religious difference and persecution among us. And because we're all God's children, and because we're all different, we should be free to practice any religion we want. The Christian religion is just as valid as the Jewish religion. Okay? So the first thing that you say. Okay. Second thing that you can say is that so you're basically creating a meritocracy. The idea of meritocracy is basically revolution, right? The idea of class, the idea of caste, the idea of tribal loyalties goes against the will of God, because we're all God's children. We're all equal in the eyes of God. Therefore, those who are most willing to work hard to achieve God's vision on earth should rise to the top, regardless of your religion, regardless of your class, regardless of your caste. It's a meritocracy. Okay? And the third message is God gave us the promised land. This land that extends from the Nile to the Tigris is what God promised us. We are all God's children, so each and every one of us should have land. But the Byzantines, the Persians, stole this land from us. But the landlords, the wealthy, stole it from us. Therefore, we must fight a jihad to take it back, because that is God's will. When we take it back, we'll establish a kingdom of heaven on earth. We will follow God's law. God's law demands equality. It demands mercy and tolerance. It demands openness. That is God's law. Okay? So it's Muhammad. So in other words, Muhammad was a revolutionary who wanted to overthrow the social order in order to establish the kingdom of heaven. He was the Messiah, promised to the Jews and promised to the Christians. And who will now?
Okay. Like I said, we're getting into some meat. Now, I didn't want to, because I was bringing it up a lot, but he gave those were some unique definitions. Like his definition of leadership, I never quite heard it put like that. Uh, a few other things that he said, and then when he laid down these kinds of rules of galvanizing people together, right? You know what I'm saying? And uh, you know, this is not, his, so far, right? His presentation of what Muhammad is doing is not religious.
Now unite Arabs, Christians, and Jews in achieving the kingdom of heaven on earth.
So let's bring
That's
that
who
back.
Muhammad was.
Let's make sure we catch that.
And so,
what he just
and promise to the Christians, and who will now unite Arabs. It demands mercy and tolerance. It demands openness. That is God's law. Okay? So it's Muhammad. So in other words, Muhammad was a revolutionary who wanted to overthrow the social order in order to establish the kingdom of heaven. He was the Messiah, promised to the Jews and promised to the Christians, and who will now unite Arabs, Christians, and Jews in achieving the kingdom of heaven on earth. That's who Muhammad was. Okay? And so let's go back and we read the description of Muhammad and his army by Sibyls to see if this is correct, okay? At that time, a certain man from along the same lines, same sons as if of Ishmael, whose name was Mamet, a merchant, as if by God's command, okay? So he is the Messiah. He's the promised one. God has ordered him to do this. Appeared them to as a preacher, okay? So he united them, okay? And they start to see themselves as all the children of Abraham, and therefore the children of God. And then Mamet gave them the law of God, not to eat carrion, not to drink wine, not to speak falsely, and not to engage in fornication. This is a law of God. This is the kingdom of heaven. He said, with an oath, God promised this land to Abraham and his seed after him forever. This is the land that God promised to us, his children. But the Romans have it, the Persians have it, the landlords have it. And he brought about, as he promised during that time, while he loved Ishmael. But now you are the sons of Abraham, and God is accomplishing his promise to Abraham and his seed to you. Okay? I have come to you as God's messenger, as God's prophet, to tell you that this land is yours, and you must take it back. Love sincerely only the God of Abraham, and go and seize the land which God gave to your father Abraham. Seize the land. Overthrow the tyrants. Overthrow the landlords. Take it back. No one will be able to resist you in battle because God is with you. Okay? So this combines revolutionary zeal, overturning the social order, with religious devotion. God is with us. And this is the same mentality that drove the French Revolution, the War of the Canados in Brazil, and the Taiping Rebellion in China. And so this is the first truly global revolution. Okay? And this explains why the Muslims were able to triumph over both the Byzantines and the Sassanians. Because wherever they went, they freed the people from debt and landlessness and religious persecution. You are now allowed to practice any faith you want. You have that freedom now. That's important to people. You now have some land where you can grow crops, and we will wipe away your debt. Okay? So in less than 100 years, okay, look what happened. They were able to conquer the entire Persian Empire and half of the Byzantine Empire. Right? That's the power of religious devotion and revolutionary zeal. Okay? So that's how they were able to do it. Now, the last question we have is, why don't we know any of this? Why isn't this taught in history books? And the answer is because the revolutionary worked out, because they won. They achieved the revolution. But now, after they achieved the revolution, they become an empire. If you're an empire, you don't want people to revolt against you. So you have to whitewash this history, right? You don't want people to know that Muhammad was a revolutionary. So you change the history. The history is that Muhammad was disgusted by the inequality and corruption he saw in the world around him. And he promised the people freedom from religious persecution, from debt, and from landlessness. And that's what drew followers to him. Right? You don't want another Muhammad appearing in your empire. So you change the history and say that, oh, no. The real conflict was that Muhammad wanted monotheism, the Arabs wanted polytheism. Okay, that's what the problem was. Okay? And the same is true in China today, right? Who created the Chinese Revolution? Who enabled the Communist Party to control China? Mao Zedong, right? Do you learn about Mao Zedong in school? No, you don't. Same thing, you understand? So they're trying to whitewash their history. Because it's embarrassing for a global empire to celebrate a revolutionary who hated corruption and inequality. Okay? And that's why there's so little written about Muhammad. And that's why the Quran doesn't really tell doesn't really tell us that much about Muhammad. Okay? Because his revolution won. Okay. Is this clear to you? Do you have any questions?
See, I like this part right here, right? That's like how I do it right there. But look, you're gonna see he gets the same thing. Because that's why I said, look, he must be thorough like me. See, look, nobody ain't got no questions. Somebody, what's happening? You got no questions?
Okay. All right. So we have 2 more classes before the semester ends, okay? And they're both on Dante. The reason why is
So yeah, that was. I thought that was interesting. By the end of the presentation there, by the way he was presenting it at the end, uh, it sounds like the father. Yeah, and it sounded like that. That's what he was saying. See, they want to make it look like it was about polytheism and monotheism, but in reality, it was about showing the people the power that they had. What was happening? I guess that's a big screen over here. Hello. Something happened over there with my big screen. Oh, what happened again? you said, what makes you think Muhammad is a real physical person in history? Well, you probably missed that part, but he did pass a part in the very beginning. Well, this part that's on the end of the board, that's right behind him right now. Hold on, let me see if I can bring that screen back up big. So this part that's to the right of him over here on the screen is to his left to our right. This that he read right here is from a, a Christian bishop that he wrote of Muhammad, and that passage right there that he wrote is from 632 AD. Sounds like he was saying his teachings was freedom, justice, and equality. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what it seemed like he was saying by the very end right there. But it also wasn't lost on me the part where he was saying that Muhammad was actually the Messiah that the Christians and the Jews was looking for. Did y'all catch that part? So yeah, there was just that those were some of the interesting parts for me. You know, but what about the rest of what about the rest of some of those other things that he spoke about, that thing that he spoke about, the history that he spoke about in Brazil, I never heard of that either. Like that's something I'm gonna research that now, because the way he described it, you know, uh, it being a revolution amongst the peasant people in Brazil, I would find it hard to, would probably be quite a stretch to say that it wasn't no original people involved with that. Just by default of the population in Brazil. But look, one thing, you know, because that's what we do here. I've already, done a little bit of research into this kind of perspective. I've done, slightly a lot, not a lot, right? But in the midst of it, I also found this. What's going on? I need to take my battery out or something. I also found that this is uh, actually not just a theory that he came to, on his own. That there is some, uh, whatever, I guess, scholars, historians, uh, religious figures, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Uh, I'm sure, they're going to explain a little bit more. Now, the first video, I actually saw that before. It was a while since I seen it, right? So, I did, have the experience of watching it with y'all. But this video right here right, I haven't watched yet, right? And so this is from CIRA International, right? I'm not exactly sure what that is about, right? But this is about some Jewish history. Apparently, like I said, this is some Jewish historian, philosopher. You know, like I said, I'm sure they're gonna break down what it is. But like I said, you know, this is not. Uh, you know, of course, I guess we could say is French in terms of the education that we have about the situation, right? In terms of, you know, the world history that we learn in America. But you know, yeah, Robbie, that's what I'm saying. He made some is regardless to whom or what, right? It makes you think about, you know, this is something, right, that is this is how you born understanding right here. You know, is you it definitely that presentation makes you think. You know what I'm saying? But look, let's get into this right here, right? Was Muhammad the real Messiah, a Jewish prophecy twist Muslims don't expect? Right? This is from Sierra International. So, you know, like Professor Jiang and his perspective history, you know, go over here and check these brothers out. You know, maybe they have some other interesting videos at Sierra International. But let's get into this and you know, see what this angle sounds like from a different perspective.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to a continuation of our video series that we have titled Muhammad, an Arabian prophet or a Jewish character or leader. With us here to continue our discussion along these lines is our dear friend and brother Mel. Mel, so you have covered a number of titles, if you wish, given some Jewish backgrounds behind those titles. And now we're going to talk about the possibility that there is a connection between the claim that Muhammad came in the 7th century and the Jews expecting a Messiah in the 7th century. Could you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, it seems like a massive coincidence that exactly at the same time as Islam claims there was an Arabian prophet who got a revelation, Jews believed that they had their Messiah that they'd been waiting for centuries. So it seems a massive coincidence. So we have got 7th century sources, contemporary sources that directly identify who the Jews believed was their Messiah in the early 7th century. So that's what we're going to focus on today. So without further ado, where I've got this information is from a book by David C. Mitchell called Messiah bin Joseph. And what he suggests is that the Jewish people had a double Messiah idea. One Messiah was called Messiah bin Joseph, and the second one was going to be called Messiah bin David. And according to Jewish eschatology, before Messiah bin David comes, there would first be that Messiah bin Joseph, who would gather the Jews in Israel, but would be a suffering servant who would be ultimately killed, and by doing so, atone for Israel. I'm sure Christians who are watching this will immediately identify that suffering servant with Jesus. But we have to bear in mind that Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah. So obviously, when they're looking at the text in the Old Testament about the suffering servant, the Jews need to find an explanation for that. So what they've gone for is not just one Messiah, but two separate Messiahs with a separate role for each one. And as soon as that suffering Messiah was killed, they expected that there would be a follow-up Messiah, which we call Messiah bin David. So that's essentially the backdrop to it. And this Messiah.
Okay, we got Don Bishop in the building. Don Bishop. Look. This is where we at today. Like I said, we just checking this out. We doing the knowledge. Right. But I do have to ask right here, right? Don Bishop. Wait a minute, let me get in the screen here. Don Bishop, is there some scripture? What does the script say? What does the script say about this here? These here things that he's saying right now. I'm just checking. Is he supported by scripture with these two messiahs, or is this from the what do you call that? The Talmud. You hear that, Bishop? All right, in the meantime, we're going to carry on. But whenever you come in the building, Don Bishop, we trying to get some clarity on that right there.
Messiah bin David was expected to be a triumphant king that would destroy Israel's enemies and would basically atone for the martyrdom of the previous Messiah. So we've got four texts. They are referred to as, number one, the Midrash Otot HaMashiach, or the Signs of the Messiah. This was probably written between 617, the year of Ben Hushiel's death, and 638, the year of the Arab conquest of Jerusalem. So this is a direct quote from this Jewish writing. Messiah bin Joseph will appear, and his name is Nehemiah bin Uziel, and with him the tribe of Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin, and some of the sons of Gad. Now, you note that it's writing after Nehemiah bin Uziel has already been killed, but it's backdating it and turning it into a prophecy to make it more sort of meaningful.
Right.
We also have the second example, the Midrash of the 10 signs, again written in a similar time frame. And in the sixth sign, it says, the Holy One, blessed be he, will produce at this time Messiah bin Joseph, whose name is Nehemiah bin Uziel. Okay. Why is this significant? Because if you note the year that Nehemiah bin Uziel died, it was 617. So according to the Islamic the standard Islamic narrative, Muhammad receives his revelation in 610. Correct. And then all of the things that happen go all the way to about 632. So you can see that this is in the right time frame. It's slightly different, but it's essentially embedded in the same time frame as Muhammad's one. Okay. Now the third one is called in English the Great Palaces. And in sections 38 to 40, you have the following. 40 years before Messiah bin David comes, whose name is Menahem bin Amiel, will come Nehemiah bin Huziel, a man of Ephraim bin Joseph, and he will stand forth in Jerusalem and cause all Israel to gather to him there. Nehemiah bin Huziel became governor of Jerusalem in 614, so therefore this writer expects Messiah bin David in 654 AD. So you can see clearly they're expecting their second Messiah to come in the same century. So we got two distinct Messiahs. And if we think back to a previous series that I've done on this channel, you'll know that Jewish people did use the term Mahmed as an alternative word for their Messiah. So I would suggest that it's likely that what happened is what started off as a story around their expectations about a Jewish exilarch who's killed being the Messiah gradually morphed into a completely different figure, the Muhammad of the Hijaz, much later. With that, we can at least give some explanation for where Islam got its story from. It didn't just invent it out of thin air. It started with something historical, and then it just kept changing until it became unrecognizable. Now, if we look to 654, we know that Bostanai, his reign, Bostanai is another Jewish exilarch, his reign falls in that time frame. And he is noted as the first exilarch under the Arab rule. So it could be that the Jews were expecting that this Bostanai was the Messiah bin David, whether they were satisfied with him and thought he lived up to it or not is probably an open question. But when he came along, they probably thought, okay, this is the Messiah that the previous text that we saw is looking forward to. And then we also have the fourth source, which is the book of Zerubbabel, again written in a similar time frame. Who is this Zerubbabel that the book is referring to? Zerubbabel was the actual second exilarch ever, who built the second temple around 516 BC, following the return of the Jews from the Babylonian exile. It was later enlarged and renovated by the Hasmoneans and Herod the Great.
Right.
So
we read about him in the Old
the
Testament. Yeah.
So the reason why they're calling this book the book of Zerubbabel is they're projecting their understanding of the current Messiah back on him, and they basically have him receiving a message from an angel prophesying the coming of the Messiah in the 7th century. So it's a literary device. They're projecting back in time, and they're saying that Zerubbabel, the second exilarch, received this message from an angel. Sounds very similar, doesn't it, to a story of a man in a desert receiving a revelation from an angel as well.
Yes.
Okay, now it's taking me a minute because, for one, we just was watching or listening, so it had me in a certain mindset, right? But like I said, I hadn't seen this yet. So now the way I'm understanding what he's saying something different. He's saying that Muhammad stole a Jewish prophecy. That the Jews had a prophecy, right? Or, is spoken about, or whatever the case may be, that somebody's supposed to come in the 7th century. And so he's saying, from what I understand right now, right, is that Muhammad was coming and claiming to be that person. And then from him claiming to be that person, it morphed into a whole other religion. I must say this is a lot more far-fetched. This particular version is a little more far-fetched than the last version.
Right. Yeah.
So in the text it says the Midrash. Oh, sorry. This is a further explanation. The Midrash takes the form of a prophetic vision revealed to the biblical figure Zerubbabel bin Shealtiel, the second Babylonian exarch, who in rabbinic thought is the same person as biblical Nehemiah, the governor of Jerusalem. Since this biblical exarch governor, Zerubbabel Nehemiah, was the ancestor of the exarch governor Nehemiah bin Huziel, the meaning of the work becomes clear. The writer wishes his contemporaries to believe that the one who built the second temple foresaw his descendants, the sons of Huziel, building the third temple. So the purpose of this book is to say, not only have we got the Messiah, but now is the time to rebuild the temple, the third temple for the Jews. And we actually see contemporary evidence of the Jews going to the Temple Mount and starting to build a place of prayer. And then later, according to the Islamic story, Umar comes to Jerusalem and kicks the Jews out and basically says, we'll have that building, thank you very much. And that's the end of that one. So that seems to be the backdrop. Now, Mitchell says that the statement that Israel's salvation will come after 990 years from the founding of the Second Temple suggests that the author hoped for deliverance around 638 AD, which is kind of huge because that's when the Arabs reconquered Jerusalem. So it fitted in nicely with their prophecy, which was written just literally a few years before that. In it, it predicts that Armilus, that is Heraclius, will reign for 7 years and hopes for deliverance thereafter. It's likely that he is writing the mid-630s. Now, it could be that they hit it lucky. They expected that that Jerusalem would be conquered afresh in 638, and it did happen in 638. So I can imagine that would have only strengthened their messianic belief at that time.
That's right.
So if we look at two key figures, some of those texts are suggesting that Messiah bin David is someone like Bostonay, much later, but probably initially they expected the second Messiah to come straight after Messiah bin Joseph rather than 40 years later. So if that were true, what we have then is Nehemiah bin Huziel, who's the exarch that got killed in 617. And then he was followed by Shalom, who is bin Huziel as well, his brother, who became the next exarch. And that's interesting because according to one Jewish scholar, he proposes that Salman al-Farsi is one and the same person as this Jewish exarch. So that's where it gets really interesting. So now we're getting closer to understanding where the standard Islamic narrative is pulling their story from, obviously with a lot of distortions. The same source says that he said to me, Messiah bin Joseph, gather all Israel as one man, and they will remain 4 years in Jerusalem and will offer sacrifices, which matches up with Nehemiah bin Huziel's reign. It says all the nations of the world will encamp behind the evil Satan Armilus, which is proposed as Heraclius, except Israel. All Israel will mourn Nehemiah bin Huziel, who was slain. His corpse will be thrown before the gate of Jerusalem, but the beasts and the birds will not touch it, according to that book. It also introduces the expectation of the Messiah bin David. And he said to me, Menahim bin Amiel will come suddenly in the month of Nisan and stand on the valley of Arbel, and all the sages of Israel will go out to him. And bin Amiel will say to them, I am the Messiah, whom the Lord has sent to announce good news to you and to save you from the hand of your enemies. So you can see that this Jewish text is saying that Nehemiah bin Huziel is the first Messiah, Messiah bin Joseph. And also there's another one who is going to be called Messiah bin David,
right,
who's given this coded name Menahim bin Amiel, which again probably has some significant Jewish meaning. It's a coded name. So I think all of these four Jewish writings confirm the idea that there was a belief among Jews in a chain of messiahs or Mahmeds in the 7th century.
Right.
So
That's wonderful, because next time I think we are going to take a deep dive into Salman al-Farsi as his connection with the Jewish exarch versus the Islamic explanation of who Salman al-Farsi might have been. As always, thank you, brother. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next time. This is Al-Fadi.
See, I really that will certainly be more difficult. That will certainly be more difficult to do any type of research on. First of all, once you start doing a certain amount of that, religious talking of that nature, right? Like the brother said, Professor Jiang in the first video, it gets very confusing. So who knows what that's about, but said many Arab tribes have Jewish origins. Many forget Medina was a Jewish city who took a Muhammad in, confirming his prophethood. Well, I don't know how long you was tuned in, but that basically, I guess, what we been on? I guess that was probably the first hour. That was the presentation that was made when we checked out the other video from Professor Jiang from Perspective History. And like I said, he got quite a few other interesting videos. We will be checking them out. Some of them that are interesting in the future. You know what I'm saying? But we got any other questions about what these people shared with us? I mean, especially Professor Jiang. He was a lot more interesting to me, at least. This particular, yeah, I mean, these review ones is good. This particular one, right, is because, I'm hoping Professor Jiang don't copyright strike me, right? But, because, he's presenting his perspective in the way it is, it's the kind of thing where you can't really, be interrupting him like that and then still get the full effect of the ideas that he's presenting, So I tried to keep it to the minimum, until he got to the part where he was talking about, some ways that people might find Christianity confusing. That was, that was hilarious. I have to say. Yes, because you have to have human down here, divine up there. But look, one thing that's one of the questions that I have. He said he won't even monetize his channel. I mean, look, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. uh, Mr. Greenwood. I don't think you should be his spokesman. I don't think you should be his spokesman anymore because you're mostly giving the description of somebody straight from the CPP, whatever they call it. Truth Seeker said when I was in the army and traveling, the perspective is upside down from American schooling. So, like, what's some of the ways that is, what's, like, give me an example. You know, the first thing that I knew, the first time that I knew that history had that kind of aspect to it in terms of who it is that's telling the history, right? Is when uh, uh, you don't hear about him as much back in the days, right? But at once upon a time, there was Judas, and then there was Benedict Arnold in terms of traders. You know, I don't know if they still. I don't know if King Math or any of the younger brothers is in the room and y'all still learn about uh, Benedict Arnold in school these days, right? But Benedict Arnold, uh, at one time he was the best. Uh, he was the best soldier that uh, that the Revolutionary Army had. Like George Washington wasn't really winning no battles. Benedict Arnold was winning battles. But what happened was they wasn't paying him, or like it was like the way they was treating him, it wasn't right. And so he ended up, making whatever move with the British Army, and so when he sold that out, just, in American history, Benedict Arnold was right behind Judas, right? And then one day I learned that in England, there's Benedict Arnold Day. Like there's Benedict Arnold Day. Benedict Arnold's got statues all around England. And that was the first time I realized that, wait a minute, you know, they can't, they're not getting the same history that we get in Cook. They're looking, that's the first time I realized that there's another perspective. Like, yeah, from that side, all right, yeah, I understand what they're saying. But just that there was even people that was hearing that other perspective, I didn't even realize that until that day. He said these presentations are the devil remixing Islamic history. You can give the history, we just doing knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But between that and the next thing was that in in Russia, in Russia, they learned that Russia won World War II. How we learned that, the American Army and Dwight Eisenhower is this great guy. In Europe, don't get me wrong, they appreciate the Americans and all of that, but they probably appreciate Patton more than Eisenhower. Over there, it's a dude. There's a dude in England that he was fighting on the ground in Africa. and he really was the dude that came up with the actual war strategy. Eisenhower really was like the pragmatic guy. He made sure that it was enough drawers and socks over there. I'm saying that that's the history that they learn in other places. You know what I'm saying? His role that we learn here, he became president of the United States because he's the hero that won World War II. So, you know, that's when I seen that, you know, it's other things. You know, I learned that, uh, you know, in education, you know, and then when I came into the knowledge, you know what I mean, especially coming to the wisdom degree, the 114, right, where, you know, it gives you, you know, it tells you about uh, the Asiatic world, right, and it tells you, you know, you already, you know, us being from America, we already familiar with the Gregorian calendar. Right? We already familiar with 2000 BC. BC means before Christ. But see, you get introduced to, in the Asiatic world, it was the year 11,000. That's what it's, you know. And then shortly after that, you know, getting to the power degree in the 114, where, you know, once again, I had learned about the events in the Crusade, right? I knew about the characters, you know, and, you know, I knew who was the winners and the losers and all of that, but I never knew about that perspective of cause and effect, right, about the battles. They make accurate dates and places, but the commentary seems to be propaganda filled. I mean, you know, well, look, a couple people said that, but look, that's one of the reasons why we watched it, right? What should the commentary be? Oh, you speaking in in the educational system. Oh yeah, because I was talking about the things that I learned in the education system. But you know, look, with anything, right? Even with the 5%, right? It's a lot of times it's it's you. They see if you come here, right? If you come into the knowledge and you interested in the wrong thing, you learn how to go to jail for life. There's people that have came here, right, interested in the wrong thing, right? You got introduced by the wrong people, or you came over here searching to be involved in some war stories that you heard about, right? And what you learned was how to go to jail for life. You know what I'm saying? By the same token, you know, there's people that go in the education system, right? Get the proper knowledge that they need in order to move in that realm. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you go in there, you know, to learn, you know, who the true and living God is. See, even that's look. If you go there and learn who that is, yeah, that's very quite. At least when I went to school, that was a tremendous possibility. But I'm saying in general, you know, our primary purpose before we even know about that science of going there is learning how to move in the realm of six. You know, see all these other things that we learn, right? If we learn this, you know, this knowledge that we deal with, right? You know, that teaches us how to maneuver in the realm of seven. You know what I'm saying? But see, when we in the realm of six, this is what happened. You would be maneuvering in the realm of seven, right? But in the realm of six, you can't do nothing about it. But you would know everything that the devil is doing, right? You would know who he's doing it to. But it's like you can see the punches, but you can't get out the way. You remember after Muhammad Ali last fight, he had an interview. They asked him what happened. He said, "Yeah, man, it's like, you know, I still can see the punches, man. I can't get out the way." You see what I'm saying? Because the body can't go past six. See, regardless to whom or what. You see what I mean? So, you know, by the same token, just saying that, yeah, you know, we doing all this. We know that this begins with ideas, but in order for us to manifest them in this world right here, we got to learn certain things. You know, even look in terms of learning how to walk and talk, learning how to read and write. You know, all of these is things that is gonna enable us to be able to communicate better, just even with our people, right? In order for us to be able to organize a society where we could build something big enough, right? Where we could build something big enough that I don't never see you during the time that we building it. And shit, in New York, you got construction that's you could have two people that worked on that building and they never saw each other before in life. And they see they each other someplace else. Like, yo, you worked over there? What you was doing? Oh yeah, I was doing electricity up on the 108th floor. What you was doing? Y'all was down in the basement doing plumbing pipes. You see, we would have to communicate now in some way other than just word of mouth now in order to be able to do that, right? In order for that to end up becoming one whole. I don't know what the hell's going on with I have to get busy over here on my TV. So history is not what happens. History is what gets written down. He who controls the pen controls the past. 114 second degree show us we was Asiatic and documented history before being conquered. I just read something earlier about Israel is hiring firms to try and influence how AI chat models, including ChatGPT, respond to certain topics by influencing the input training data or framing context. Yeah, so what that is at least from where I understand it. You know what I'm saying? Let me not pretend. Let me not pretend that I'm the Bill Gates of this shit. Yes, tell me, I'm the people behind, I'm the people behind all this shit going on, right? But from what I understand is that being that, see, at one time when I first discovered the AI in terms of research and stuff, right, and getting the information, it didn't have the ability to pull from the current internet. Like it was, I think maybe only up to information that was 2 years older than whenever was the time that I got on. In the current time right now, it pulls from all of the stuff that's on the internet, right? So it's like, yeah, it's like a Google search now. And so that's about just populating the internet. Is That's really just it's an updated form of an old school propaganda trick, right? And so this propaganda trick is for you to get a news story covered someplace. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm not mistaken, uh, one of the matter of fact, you know what? Because let's not go down the rabbit hole, right? But one of the ways that they do propaganda is that they have publicists market a story to various, uh, you know, journalistic organizations, right? Whether they magazines, but it's better if it's a newspaper. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you can get a paper of record, right? Like the New York Times, right? It's supposed to be a big time paper. Like if something was in the New York Times, that's supposed to lend it some credibility, right? So what happens is you market the story to these various journalistic organizations, and then once you get that organization to cover it, right, now that becomes the reference, right? So now it's like, when you read in the newspaper and it tells you that this report that you're seeing right here, this is because this is what the AP reported. Or as it was reported, a lot of times papers just say, look, in the New York Times reported this. Right? So now, once you get those second people to say, look, the New York Times reported this, right? Because of this. It works the same way in entertainment. That's one of the reasons why, they'll try to get reviews, right? You want to get positive reviews for the project, whatever it is, right? If it's a movie or it's an album, this music is crazy dope. And so now when you see it, reported, when you see this in quotes, somebody said this about the music, somebody said that about the music. So now the update of that, right, in the internet era is that you have different websites, right? Whether they, supposed to be news organizations, whether they blogs, social media, whatever. And so now you plant these stories just like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you could make a website of your own news organization, and you report this news, right, in a light that's favorable to whatever you want it to be favorable to, right? And then now what happens is once you do an amount of those stories, the population of those stories that you do, right? You know, and of course, in the internet era, you're gonna have bots interacting with these pages, right, to get them a lot of traffic or whatever the case may be. And then what happens now is Chat GPT picks up on that uh, that website, that post, right? Whatever that post is, whether it's a news story or a social media post or whatever, it picks up on that post. And then when you see those summaries or whatever, you know, well, that's basically what Chat GPT does, right? Or AI does, is it kind of aggregates and summarizes, right, all of the information that it gets. So that is, you know, there's a couple of things that I'm watching in terms of uh, the direction the internet is going, right? You know, as I make my decisions in terms of what I want to get involved with, right? When all this new technology comes out, you have to make a decision, right, on what you want to get involved with and what you don't want to get involved with. Because, you know, as we've already seen, you know, this stuff is not free. You know, every step of the way on the back end, right, we giving up something, you know, so we need to be aware of these things. You know, we got to do some level of research, see, because even when they do that on purpose. When they give you, uh, 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 you know, I don't even know how many pages it be, right? When they give you the little thing where you're supposed to look at the terms of agreement, right? Now the terms of agreement is in tiny letters, smaller than ant fingers, right? Tiny letters, and then you got to read all of this on your phone, right? It just in order to send a message or something. See, they do that on purpose. But, you know, either way, you can't let it stop you from researching some of this stuff. So yeah, I'm aware of, you know, some of those developments right there. So I thought Black Panthers and Malcolm X were crazy gunslingers based on what they used to show of them when I was very young. And, you know, when when you growing up in America, I ain't sure how old you are, but you know, back in the days, you know, I don't know if that still exists, but once upon a time, it was kind of like you grew up in a Martin Luther King house or Malcolm X house. You know what I mean? Depending on, you know, your parents and how militant, right, or how Christian religious they was, these was the pictures that you grew up with, you know, those is whose quotes that you was more familiar with, you know what I'm saying? But you know, that might had an impact. That might have had an impact on how you seen it like that. You said it's also rumored that they're paying platforms to push certain ideas and agendas to gain favor in public opinions. I mean, I think that's we might can push that past the level of rumors. I think we I think we can say I think we can put that in the realm of actual fact. You know what I mean? I don't know, but let's take a vote. Let's take a vote. If y'all think we can put that in the realm of actual fact, type 1 in the box. Chronology is actual facts. History is his story. Chronology, history, and lineage. This chronology, history, and lineage. This is what the devil distorts. The Times is supposed to be a non-bias, as opposed to, for instance, the Post being right wing and the Daily News leaning left or propaganda. Yeah, I ain't a friend. You hear you hear older the people. I do have to admit that. Look, when I was younger, I used to like the Daily News. I can't call it like when I was because remember I'm going to school in Medina. So I had a ride, to get to school every day. So I used to read the paper. And when I was a kid, I hated the Post. Like I couldn't read the Post. I couldn't understand how anybody could get information out of the Post. It was just something that the whole format of it. I couldn't absorb the information the same, But as I got older, these days I can't stand the Daily News. I can really only read the Post. I don't know. you know, in the look, it's we in the Asiatic world, right? In the Christian world, they say that as you get older, you become more conservative. So I don't know if that's what it is. You said, is chronology actual fact or just the proper arrangement of what has been recorded, i.e., chronological order? I mean, that kind of makes it actual fact if it's the proper arrangement, if it's the communication of the proper arrangement of what's been recorded, then it's actual fact. But yeah, that was quite a first, I guess, hour and a half that we had there. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I did have a question. And I don't know if this is the proper forum, but being that we speaking about, various, disciplines or whatever, let's say, right? Does anybody know what's going on with uh, Floyd Mayweather and Kanye West? Like I saw some stuff. I don't know if I'm getting. I don't know if I'm getting too old, and I can't tell. I can't tell AI or something. I don't know. Was that AI? Was that just I did being there. We got a little more time. Does it Edward Green? I mean, don't look. I'm asking. I'm asking. If am I was that artificial intelligence and I just got fooled? Don't unalive the messenger. I'm not even the messenger. I'm just I'm just a humble servant, right? With a polite question. What Like there's some what happened? I'm saying because you know, I'm out the loop. I'm out the loop of pop culture. Or am I the only? If I'm the only person that saw what I saw, then let me leave it alone. Because like I said, maybe it was some kind of practical joke. He said, so yeah, you saw something where Ye was with a rabbi asking forgiveness from the Jewish community. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. So was that artificial intelligence? Edward Green said, I thought Floyd was a Chappelle show skit. But I guess, okay, so you saw what I saw too. Look, I saw Floyd, right? I don't know if it's artificial intelligence. I'm telling you what I saw, right? I saw Floyd Mayweather giving a speech, right? I can't recall what was the exact organization that he was giving a speech to, right? They gave him an award, and as he was giving his speech for the award, he was saying how he stands with Israel, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, no matter what happens, you know, they could be assured that he will always be a voice for Israel, you know, at all times and everywhere in the world. You know, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. Now, see, with Kanye is more that like, you know, like come on, son. You know, like all of a sudden now, and you've been crashing out. You've been crashing out. So all of a sudden now, you over there, you begging for forgiveness. And then with Floyd, it's just like, yo, from how you go from making calls on the money phone, right? How you go from making calls, sitting right next to 50 Cent, y'all calling each other on a stack of money phone, right? To international politics. Like I know you was in the Olympics. I know you done fought various people from different countries. I just thought that was peculiar. I thought maybe somebody might know what was up with that, but that looked crazy to me. That looked absolutely crazy. He said Kanye might be right back cursing him out next week, but Floyd just, hey, look, they purchased the banks that own their loans or something. You know, like, look, and that's what I was saying. Like, are these rumors true or something? Like at the time, I wasn't really paying no mind, but I remember they were saying, I was seeing websites reporting that Floyd was in Dubai strapped for cash. Shoot, I don't know. Did they clean that bill up for you out there or something? Then, like you said, Kanye, you're right. You do have to take Kanye, right? You do have to take Kanye with a grain of salt. You don't know. Kanye is like a box of chocolates. You know. But my first thought was I thought he already got a new clothes deal. Did he already get a new sneaker deal? I'm just telling you, look, if he crashed right back out, then we know what it is. But if all of a sudden we see Yeezus the movie, Yeezus the action figure toys, Yeezus the furniture line, then we know what happened. Or look, let's just say I'll strongly suspect. But I couldn't. That was, I couldn't call it. Because, this is not a geopolitical show, but, we do have to admit that, look, even their own people got a hard time standing with them right now. Said Rabbi Yoshiyahu Yosef Pinto in New York and asked for forgiveness for his anti-Semitic remarks. Well, I mean, he was saying some crazy stuff. Now, let's not act like I'm defending the stuff that Kanye was saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just the look. The chronology is bugged out to me. the chronology of the things that have already happened, right? Of this event right here, or these events right here, in light of the events that already happened, I think it's a little bit peculiar. So how did I see the first professor? What's my thoughts on how the first professor saw Ishmael being the father of the Arabs and his nephew Jacob being the father of the Christians? Well, is that what he said? I mean, it's the, I guess you could say the God of Israel is who eventually the Christians end up worshiping. I don't know necessarily that they're that you necessarily would consider him the father of the Christians, even though I've been watching some debates between when when I'm killing time, I've watched some debates between these people called Christian apologists, right, and the Hebrew Israelites. And so, from a certain perspective, right, after hearing those conversations, right, because in one of the conversations, they were saying that, if Don Bishop is here, he can make sure the way I explain this is correct, right? But apparently, all of them is Hebrews, right? Hebrew is from Abraham, right? So, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, all of them, they're all Hebrews, and the people that's related to them, they're Hebrews, right? And then you have once Jacob becomes Israel, then all of his children, right? Those 12 tribes. Now we get to the many nations that's supposed to come from Abraham. So those are the Israelites, right? And then the term Jew comes from Judah, right? So now you got Judah, Benjamin, and Levi out of the 12 tribes of Israelites, right? It's supposed to be the only Jews, right? And then, so in this particular way that the Hebrew Israelites, they don't all, they're not all together. So the way this particular brother expressed it was that when those when those other when those other 9 tribes strayed away, right, from the covenant for the Hebrews and the Israelites, when they strayed away from that they became the Gentiles, right? And the way the Christian apologists explained it was that, yeah, and they came back into being Israel. They came back into being Israel through Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And the sacrifice. Look, like Professor Jiang said, this thing is confusing. this thing, this thing is confusing. You know what I'm saying? So, I guess if we go by that, the way that was manifested right then yeah, you would say that Jacob, being the father of those other 9 tribes that strayed away, became Gentiles, and then became Christian, then I guess, but I don't, see, to me, it's, look, just leave it like it is. Just leave it like it is. You see, once you start trying to connect the stories, right, they be different stories from different places and different times and different people. You understand what I'm saying? And those different people, right, have learned different things up to that time when that story was written. They see the code by which people live, right? The standards, the morals, and all of that. Yeah, there's certain, principles that's immutable, but uh, you know, uh, uh, let's say like the how society treats women. Apparently at a certain point, right? It didn't dawn on them, right, that what they was doing was unrighteous. See, because and this was one of the things that they was discussing in that well, not necessarily in that conversation, but the Christian apologists. One of the things that I can't put words in their mouth, but one of the things I think they would ask to a 5%er, right, is when you tell them that you don't believe in God, especially that their God, right, then they would ask you, what is your basis for morality, right? And my question, well, first of all, my answer is that the basis for morality is the experience of people living around each other. The experience of people living around each other, first of all, things that happen, somebody pass away, right? We gonna feel grief. right? There's things that they was adding on to whatever our society is that we're gonna miss. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna come up with that moral that, listen, nobody, at least the moral, can't nobody kill one of us. We at least gonna come up with that moral. Now it may not hit us yet, not to kill nobody else from out there. That's why I said it's growing, right? Because here's the thing, you know, as they talking, this is my question. It's like, look, okay, so in the beginning, there's really only one moral. There's one moral, there's one rule that you can't break, right? Don't eat the apple. Now, once you eat the apple and you get kicked out and it's all these rules, right? Where was the pamphlet? Like, you know how every place where you go, right? Whether you go to school, right? Whether you get a job, right? You go to jail, whatever it is, they give you a little pamphlet with, look, this is the rules right here. This is the rules right here with the stuff what you can do and you can't do, and these are the penalties. So when they got kicked out from the jump, why they ain't already get a pamphlet that said, thou shalt not kill? If the moral code that they saying, because a lot of times when I hear people speaking, you know, you can't put words in everybody's mouth, but some of the people that you hear speaking about it, they'll say that the moral code is the 10 Commandments. Yeah, but the 10 Commandments show up thousands of years down the line. What's the difference between what's the length of time between Adam and Moses? So the amount of people that they was living around amongst that time, right? The amount of people that could really affect them. See, people beyond they affect, yeah, we could treat them any kind of way because we don't have no. See, once as our society gets bigger and bigger, then you know the more people we see as us. Right now, our morals begin to change about who we can enslave, who we gonna go to war with. So, you know, and you know, we not Christian, but I'm saying, well, I don't know who I'm not Christian, but if we, you know, if we speaking to a Christian, right, then we would have to say, okay, you know, in the Bible, right, you know, it justifies right here slavery. You know, but most Christian people today, they tell you that, nah, that was that time. So if these morals come from God, how are they constantly changing? See, that's when we get in the funny part where now I got to leave the conversation. Where you tell me, well, you know, if that's God's will, God does what he wants to do. If he wants them to change it, they change. Okay. I see y'all later. That's how I came 5%. But you know, I digress far. Right there. You said Floyd been saying he supports Israel for a while now. Remember Floyd when he boycott Gucci back when they made the coon face Gucci ski mask. Floyd was unapologetic and not with being on code. Now I haven't heard him say that. That's the first. I mean, well, look, if it's old news, that's what I missed. That's what it is. That's what I missed. That he has been with Israel the whole time. And look, if that's what it is, that's what it is. But I was shocked. VC realm. Everybody be careful now what you say. Don't tell VC realm what we've been dealing with. But yeah, that was that was wild. You know what I'm saying? You know, another thing. Look, shout out to Lenny Wilkins. Lenny Wilkins passed away. You know, I saw a couple people. You know, in the mid seat. Now I gotta. You know, I haven't even been doing. We could have been going live, but had to. I don't know what it was. We here now. You know what I mean? But yeah, Lenny Wilkins. You know, coached the Knicks for a minute. You know what I mean? One of the great NBA coaches. I know at one time, I don't know if he still is, Lenny Wilkins. Lenny Wilkins is one of those people that, like I said, you know, it's like a dubious distinction. You know what I'm saying? At one time, Lenny Wilkins was the winningest coach in basketball. And at that same time, Lenny Wilkins was the losingest coach in basketball. You know what I mean? But look, shout out to Lenny Wilkins, man. Definitely, you know what I'm saying? He was involved with championships out there back in the days. You know what I'm saying? He was one of the great coaches of the NBA. You know what I'm saying? You know, he's up there. He's up there with the people. You know, like trust me, when it's Pat Riley's time and all these people, you know how they talk about. Look, Lenny is up there with them. You know what I'm saying? You know, one thing is King Mav still in here? Did y'all see? Because Dick Cheney passed away. You know, I got an argument, not really an argument, but you know, me and my daughter, we was dialoguing, and you know, during the midst of the dialogue, and she was upset that I said that Dick Cheney was a gangster. She like, if you under a certain age, then you don't know. See, Mom Donnie, all right, look, we get to Mom Donnie next. But look, let me tell you, see, like Mr. Green one, I think you probably, like, did you know, Mr. Green one, that on 9/11, right, when it was 9/11, they can't find Dick Cheney for like 2 or 3 days? Nobody can find Dick Cheney for 2 or 3 days. Michael Ray Richardson retired? You talking about New York Nick Michael Ray Richardson? Sugar Ray Richardson? Yeah, see, that's a shame. That's supposed to be on the front page of the Post, man. That's supposed to be on the front page of all New York papers. But you know, shout out to Michael Ray, man. You know, Michael Ray was one of the super. You know, he was. You know him. The stories of him and Lawrence Taylor. You know, when it comes to smoking crack right up to game time, you know, and then coming out and performing, man. You know, coming out and performing. Listen, man. If you from New York, you heard the stories about Sugar Ray Richardson, man, Lawrence Taylor, you know, a couple other cats, man, that you know, whatever it was about them, you know, they could be getting high in the locker room right before the game and come out and perform a Hall of Fame performance. You know, but that was always, you know, in my mind, I always wanted, like, before it was a big three, right? Before it was a big three, I always, you know, how would you put this? Like, I always wished, right? One of the things that I was like, man, if we ever had Sugar Ray, Bernard King, and Pat at the same time, son, legacies would be different. See, having that happen, losing both of them, you know, Sugar Ray and Bernard King right before Pat came, man. But you know. But yeah, getting back to Dick Cheney. See, like 793, you probably remember. Do you remember? Do you remember when it was 9/11 and they couldn't find Dick Cheney for like 2 or 3 days? Like, I'm looking at the news, right? And so right after, you know, whatever happened, we're not getting into, you know, what happened. But whatever happened at the Pentagon, right? Then we hear that, you know, they have this plan and, you know, they wanted to hit the White House and everything. So then people come on the news, they're like, yo, what's going on, man? Where's all the people? Where's all the people in the government? You know what I mean? Is everybody safe? You know, they come away like, well, look, right now we can't tell you exactly where that is. But yeah, the president, his family, everything, you know, the staff, they in the undisclosed location right now. They in the bunker though, they good. We just took them over there, everything good. Right? She's like, yeah, what about Dick Cheney? dude, yeah, now that you bring him up, we haven't seen Dick Cheney all week. Can't find Dick Cheney, huh? And then look, when he popped out like a couple days later, right? He comes out a couple days later, and they said, yo, Dick Cheney, where you was at? He's like, yeah, I had some business to handle, but I heard about what happened. Wait, what? And that was it. Nobody never said nothing. Wasn't no, you know, questions, wasn't no hearings, no nothing. That was that. Jack King, you remember that? That's what I was trying to tell my daughter. She's like, I said, Mr. Greenway, you a little bit younger. Did you know Dick Cheney shot somebody in the face? Dick Cheney shot somebody in the face. We're not talking about when he was a teenager. While he was vice president of the United States, Dick Cheney shot somebody in the face. I know what you're thinking. You know, I know what you're thinking. You cowards, cowards, cowards do that all the time. But here's the gangsters. Here's the gang. Nah, he didn't unalive the guy. It took about 10 days. The dude was in the hospital. And then when he got out the hospital, the dude came on the news and apologized. The dude came on the news and apologized. And it's not like he's like, all right, well, if he shot him, then maybe he realized he was wrong. Like maybe he was wrong about whatever. Nah, that's not why he apologized. He apologized for getting shot and causing Dick Cheney any problems. You can Google this. Look, put in Dick Cheney SH, and I bet you shoot somebody in the face comes up. That's all you got to do, son. Say, listen, ask ChatGPT. Now look, did you know this part? Jack King, did you know that the guy sued people? He had a lawsuit. He sued people, and Dick Cheney was not one of those people. He had a lawsuit. He sued people, but not Dick Cheney. They see nobody else in the world. And see, here's the look. If you remember the press conference, I'm sure you could Google it right now. It's probably on YouTube, right? As the dude is apologizing for getting shot, Dick Cheney standing right there behind him. Dick Cheney standing right behind him. Like, tell him I ain't shoot you for real. Yeah, I ain't even see that man right there. Yo, tell him I ain't see you. Yeah. You gonna tell me that, you know what I'm saying, look, you get who you want. Get who you want, saying Dick Cheney is the most gangster. See shit about Dick Cheney say shit with a straight face. Remember they asked Dick Cheney, they said, look, man, what about this right here? You know, it looked like you got drafted to go to Vietnam, and then you enrolled in school right after. You know, it looked like you was draft dodging right there. Dick Cheney said, no, I was a draft dodger. I had other priorities. Straight up. Hey, look, you motherfucker complaining Dick Cheney ain't giving you no other. I'm not explaining shit. I said what I said. I said what I said. So, you know, I'll give Dick Cheney You know, he's definitely look of this century. Who you got? Who you got, son? And look, behind Dick Cheney is Martha Stewart and Lil' Kim. That's my list right there. that's my list right there of the gangsterest gangsters in the 21st century. See, like, look, you see how they put up. They got all these recordings now of various people. They got the recordings of when they was, you know, when the police is interacting with them and asking them about these alleged potential crimes. You know, and they played the tape of them contacting Martha Stewart. They said, you know, look, Martha Stewart, you know, we want to talk to you. We want to talk to you, you know, we about some insider trading. Insider trading. What's that? Yeah, you know, insider trading when you do, oh, you can do that? Yeah, no, I never heard of that. So they like, well, you know, Martha Stewart, you know, we the feds. So, you know, we got all this information right here. We have your assistant, you know, we got the communication between you and your assistant. You was doing the insider trading. You know, you ain't got no communication between me and him. Because I don't even know what insider trading is, sir. See, Martha Stewart is the second gangsterest gangster in the 21st century. And look, the people in there, they said she was in population. They said she didn't go in PC. They said she was in population, son. Say, how many people we done seen jumping up and down with all types of weapons talking about how gangster they is? And they can't say what Martha Stewart can say. See, Cheney got competition in the 20th century. See, the gangster of the 20th century is Henri. Look, Country Club Prison or ADX. If you Martha Stewart and you go on population, right? It ain't no dirt on your name. Like, you come out with people like, y'all was in there, Martha. Yeah, she was become population. She was, you know, showing us how to make stuff and all that. You know, and she had classes up in there. Listen. Hey, listen, I you know, none of that is relevant to me. Jackie said, him, the perception of Martha Stewart and Snoop is reversed. Oh, man. He said, Martha from my hometown, Jersey City. We not PC enough. Hey, listen, the only thing that I seen, you know, when you're dealing with somebody from Jersey City, is somebody else from Jersey City. You know, one time, you know, where I used to be at was right by the PATH train. You know what I'm saying? I used to be on the Ave right there. And the PATH train, it has a stop right there on 14th Street, but it stops in Jersey City. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of people, you know, from Jersey City that would often come to New York, and that would be where they get off the train at. You know what I'm saying? You know, and of course, you know, people getting off from everywhere, right? You know, look, people getting off from Newark, humble. People getting off from Patterson, humble. Look, anybody can, what they say, Brick City. Listen, this is how bad they is. I see one of them knock another one of them out one day. Like one of them, he came out and, you know, he just felt the need to just yell out that he's from Brick City and what. And then the other dude said, yeah, what, I'm from Brick City too. And they just started. One dude got knocked out. So yeah, that's definitely one of those places where you know, I prefer nah, come on, VC Realm. You gotta stop. VC Realm. See, first of all, I don't know why you talking about the Mavericks when you know we Knicks fans. See, the people that don't know, VC Realm is the biggest Knicks fan on that side of Mississippi. I don't know why he wants to play games today. But I mean, look, it's clear, right? It's clear, VC Realm, that the GM of the Mavericks brought his misfortune upon himself. You know, but look, here's what could happen, right? Let's say everybody comes back healthy, and then they win the championship, and then he'll come back greater than ever then, because then he'll be the savant, right? That saw, right? Like the brother was saying, like Professor Jiang was saying, he would be so when he said so visionary as to be prophetic, or however he said that. He said apologetics is a term used by Christians, which is a way of defending the faith. I mean, see, that's kind of the issue that I got with it. I wouldn't say the issue that I got with it, but just like why I wouldn't engage it. You know what I'm saying? Like they like to do a lot of debating, and I wouldn't debate them because they try to apply kind of like the scientific method to irrational beliefs. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and so, you know, the way they express it, right? A lot of times, the way they express it, you know, a lot of times, you know, it seems like, you know, this is based on some foundation of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And not a foundation of just, you know, your spiritual experience, you know, how you, you know, feel that things come about and don't come about in your life. You know what I'm saying? But, so, you know, a lot of it is, you know, and see, and necessarily, that's another thing I think about the field. You know, maybe I'll learn more about it later. You know, I don't have a whole lot of experience with it. You know what I'm saying? There's a couple of people that I've seen dealing with it, but it's one of those things that necessarily has to be angled outwardly. Like, you necessarily have to be debating and competing against other people, right? Because, you know, if you apply the same scrutiny that you apply to other religions that you battle against, right, to your own religion, you know, like for instance, you know, when they go back and forth with Hebrew Israelites, one of the things that I find interesting about it, right, is that they have the same book, right? They both believe in the Bible as the Word of God, right? But they have different perspectives, different conclusions that they draw up. And, you know, that's one of the interesting things about it, right? Is that I can appreciate it just from the standpoint of, you know, from an intellectual standpoint of just how they present and the ideas that they present, right? But one of the things that makes it interesting is that there's so many contradictory texts, right? There's so many contradictory texts that both sides can easily, you know, come up with a scripture that proves their point. And so then, yeah, it does come down to who has the better reasoning abilities, you know, who can draw it up the best, and, you know, kind of who's willing to just admit that, okay, yeah, that is on my side, but that is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, for instance, you know, with the Christian apologetics, right? I give you an example of a place where I seen them get really, 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 really caught up, really, really, really bad, right? You know, somebody they was debating brought up that there's a passage in the Bible that says that if a man, our words a woman, right? That he could pay 50 shekels, right? And then marry her. So, you know, the idea, because it was one of those things that was presented in the conversation where, you know, they was asking the question, well, if you don't believe in the Christian God and the Ten Commandments, then what is your basis for morality? And so when it was pointed out, well, you know, what about this that's in the Bible, you know, and what happened, right, is because, like you said, they tried to defend their faith, right, which can at times be irrational, right? One of the guys actually tried, they both tried to justify, right, forcing a woman to marry a dude that R-worded her. See, that's what I'm saying. That's when like, listen, bro, when he did that, it was like if I was a Christian, that would cause my heart, everything would have collapsed right there. Everything would have collapsed right there. And so that's why, that's one of the reasons I wouldn't debate them, because it would get ridiculous like that. And then the other thing is that, I'm not looking at the Bible as authoritative. I'm not looking at the Bible as authoritative in, matters of history, science, medicine, you know what I'm saying, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? In terms of that being the ultimate authority, that's why, I just find, intellectual interest in just seeing who's presenting their ideas the best when it's them in the Hebrew Israelites, because at least they accept, the same, they accept the same authority. Said it's guys that adhere to taking on a gender that's hit their menstrual. I'll leave them on that note. I mean, look, it's 2025. That's all I can tell you. Because a lot of things happen, and I'll be unaware, of just a lot of the events and everything that's going on in pop culture. So the one thing that I can say has changed, right? Things used to be. One thing I can say has changed is the calendar. It's 2025. You know what I'm saying? So. Said it amazes me how people who appear to be at least fairly intelligent totally throw away logic when it comes to their religion. And that's what's crazy? That the brother who went the furthest in trying to justify it, he was, I wouldn't even say fairly intelligent. He was very intelligent. But just that belief just short circuits the, belief short circuits the brain, man. He said Cooper Flag is the future AD, and Kyrie will age out, and they hire new talent and probably get him in the finals or throw that bird jacket on him if he wins just one chip. He's American. I mean, yeah, but what would that have to do with the dude that got fired? And I mean, look, let's see what he does. A lot of times, that's what people get highly disappointed, because you put all this pressure. Look, let's see what he does. Ain't you the same dude that told me Bronny James was nice? I was just thinking about that. You think Ice Cube might this should be the time where Ice Cube should step his game up? It's looking bad for the NBA right now. He might get talked to the Saudi Arabians or something and get some investment there. I mean, VC Realm, I'm gonna tell you, I still haven't bought all the way in to the hype. You know, the great YT hype. I haven't bought all the way into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know Joker's won his chip, right? He got his MVPs, right? I know Luka's been to the chip and all that, right? You know, got a couple other guys. We got the other guy on the Lakers and all that, but I still haven't bought into, you know, I've seen all this before, right? My first time was Jerry Cooney. You know, I seen, you know, I've seen this kind of thing before. You know, but look, they're gonna have to show me that they Larry. You know. You know, look, I ain't mad at them. You know what I mean? Get they money. You know what I mean? Cooper flag, all that. You know what I'm saying? Blow it up. But I'm just saying that I'm not caught up. You know what I mean? The same thing with the other dude, which I ain't gonna front. Wimby, I seen him do some things out there. That was, you know, to be 7'5" or whatever he is. That was amazing. You know what I'm saying? But necessarily, you know, I've also seen some teams kind of figure him out too. Now Larry, nah. Look, Larry's done. He's up there. But when we talk about the greatest, the YTs, it's got to be either Pistol or Rick. You know, Larry definitely had more success than them. You know, he definitely did his thing, you know what I'm saying? But you know, Pistol and Rick never had the you know, what at that time was the greatest front court of all time. But you know, Pistol had the yo-yo. Pistol had that Kyrie Irving. You know what I'm saying? And you know, Rick Barry still offers to show anybody that's having trouble shooting free throws the underhand. You said John Stockton? I mean, John Stockton was dope. I'm not a huge John Stockton fan. You know, at the time, that's how I saw John Stockton. You know, like, you know, that was one of the first, like, you know, we see the trouble that they have in the NBA right now. Right? One of the first things that made me think that the NBA was fixed was when John Stockton went to the Olympics and Isaiah Thomas did not. That was, you know, it was clear that it in my mind, you know, I'm not saying that John Stockton was nice. I'm not saying he didn't deserve to go, but in my mind, there was just no question that Isaiah Thomas was supposed to be the other point guard at the Olympics. You know what I'm saying? I saw him, you know, and even, and don't get me wrong, that's one of the reasons why I respect, like when you look at the list of the top assists, the all-time assist leaders, Jason Williams, we're not even gonna humor that. One of the reasons why I have different respect for people on the all-time assist leaders, right, is that some people, like if you got Kareem, right, I could get 7 assists a game. Bringing the ball up court and throwing it up to somebody 7 foot who's just going to catch the ball, turn around and shoot the hook. Anybody can do that 7 times a game. Not saying that that's all Magic did. Let me, you know, I'm not. I understand, you know, there's levels to this, but I'm just saying that anybody that would have played with Kareem would have been on that list. You know, you wouldn't have been where Magic was. You wouldn't have been the legend that he is, right? But and look, it's the same thing with Karl Malone. Where you playing with dudes, you know what I'm saying? Like, see, if you the point guard and you pass it to Jordan, Jordan's gonna do his own move. So in general, right, you know, like at that time when they completed, it was John Stockton, then Magic Johnson, and then Isaiah Thomas. So at the time, uh, I respected uh, Isaiah Thomas a little bit more because he didn't play with the same level of scorers. You know what I'm saying? Like when you know Mark Jackson is another player that got high on the list. He had Reggie Miller. You know what I'm saying? But you know, guys that you know, they really had to earn those assists because they really had to set people up. You know what I'm saying? It was, you know, you could pass it to Kareem with 3 people on him. He's just gonna hook it in. And you know, and like I said, I do not wanna pretend that Magic is not who he is. You know what I'm saying? But I do think that you know, I think Jason Kidd had to earn his a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Then you got some other people that I don't know exactly where they at on the list, but you remember Andre Miller. He earned his. You know, I don't remember him really playing with too many people that you could just dump it to and they just gonna shoot it in. Said Isaiah Thomas was beefing with Magic, and I mean, look, that's you know, I understand that part, but it still shows that it was fixed. Dirk, hey, look, I'm gonna tell you when Dirk earned my respect. There was a time that I used to call Dirk Nowitzki Dirk Not Larry. I used to call him Not Larry. That was my name for him. Like I said, he not Larry, son. He keep trying to, you know, put you not Larry. But I'm gonna tell you when Dirk shut me up, It was one play. They was in the this had to be the Western Conference Finals. And they going up against the Lakers. And Dirk is on the fast break, but it's 1-on-2. He's bringing the ball up, and Bynum, Andrew Bynum, and Pau Gasol is the two players that's down there. You know, they on the defensive end. They supposed to be guarding the basket, right? So Dirk is bringing the ball up court, and being that it's Dirk Nowitzki, right? Because it's Dirk Nowitzki, I'm like, man, see, Dirk about to pull this up for the 3-point line, right? That's what I'm thinking. You know, it's because look, it's these two of the biggest players, right? Best defenders in the NBA. So even in that instance, I wouldn't even been mad at him if he would have did that. I would not have even been mad at him if he would have did that, right? But look, Dirk comes past the foul line. You know, he's dribbling down. Look, you can see Powell getting in position by the basket. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, Bynum is, you know, trying to funnel him in. So I'm thinking Dirk is about to pull up at the foul line extended. Dirk kept dribbling. He's coming strong, right? So I'm thinking, all right, you know what he about to do? He about to do that little, you know, when he put the knee up and do the little fade away like that. You know what I mean? Like right there off the block, like right on the outside of the block, when he just Dirk kept dribbling it past that spot, and then you just seen Dirk just going up. So like, all right, Dirk about to hit him with the floater, the baby hook floater. Dirk kept rising, and the next thing, Dirk posterized both of them. He threw it down on both of them, and when that happened, it's like, oh yeah, they win the chip. That's it. Like if he's going to play like that, they got it. They can't. And that was when I put Dirk in the you know, he's up there. He's still not Larry. He's still not Larry, but yeah, Dirk is the real deal. Dirk is the real deal. You know, don't look like put like this. Luke is doing his thing. He's still not Dirk. Yeah, you're right. He beat, but you know, I wouldn't say prime LeBron though, because you know I wouldn't say that's prime LeBron because LeBron appeared to have learned something in that series where, you know, specifically, if you recall in that series, there was a point in time when he couldn't back JJ Barea down and get a basket. You know, I don't think JJ Barea was 6 feet tall. And at the same time, I think there was a play where JJ Barea backed him down and got a basket. So, and what I'm saying is that in the years after that, you start seeing LeBron playing center in the small ball lineup. So his skill in the post had greatly improved. Okay, you saying that's prime LeBron, but how did he get back down by somebody 5'10"? and couldn't back somebody down. And look, it was in the open court. It wasn't even nobody else on their side of the court. He said Miami is prime LeBron. Man, yeah, but I'm saying not that first year. You know, how is he prime LeBron when you can't score a basket in the post on somebody 9 inches shorter than you? How is LeBron? How tall is LeBron? 6'8"? JJ Barea is 5'10", right? And you can't get a basket on him 3 feet, two feet from the basket. You can't get a basket. You couldn't even get a foul. Shalom, what's the science? Yeah, we covered some wild topics earlier, man. We just winding down right now. We're about to get out of here, but yeah, today was a little bit crazy. Just a little bit. Nah, Edwin Green. After that, he went to the. I saw him. I don't know. He could have been going there before, but after that happened, I saw him at the Hakeem Olajuwon. I saw him at the Hakeem Olajuwon camp. And then after that, I started seeing him playing center in the small ball lineup. Who beat OKC? Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Brian, because what it was, I think it was Boston won, then Miami won, then Dallas won, then Miami won. Oh yeah, yesterday's live. Who's the real troublemaker? Yeah, I had to look. It keeps coming up. It keeps coming up so much that it's like, yo, you know what? I guess people finally, I didn't know that was like a mystery of the universe. I didn't know. I didn't know that was a thing that still riddled people to this day. And like I said, the thing that got me right is that you get accused of the accusation there, right, is that people are emotional, right? That things happen because you don't like this person. But no, I got a laundry list of facts here. So in reality, who's emotional is, see, you're making this judgment only based on the fact that you do like this person. Because here's the thing, right? When you hear all the people talking about all the wrong reasons that it happened, did they have that many details? Did they say step by step how people came to have the emotion of disliking them so strongly, right, that they acted upon it? So yeah, you know, that's, I just, you know, it's you know, a non-confrontational way of you know, letting people know, talk about something else. Talk about something else. You see what I'm saying? You know, and my point is always, look, don't tell me you don't know. See, because that's a part of wisdom. Is knowing that you don't know what the fuck you talking about, so shut the fuck up. See, before you get to the wise words or the wise actions, right, it's knowing if you know what are you talking about or what are you doing. See, just that you ran your mouth, that ain't made it wisdom. So, you know, look, that's my thing. Is whoever you're going to talk about, look, spell everybody's name right. Spell everybody's name right. Saying, I mean, look, I hear you what you're saying. I mean, 26, you know, is, you know, that's his, I guess, athletic prime, you know, but mentally, he wasn't in his prime yet. Like, look, would you say that Jordan was in his prime in 1988? Because the stuff he was doing, he was at that time, he's averaging like 37. But you know, to me, you know, uh, you know, when you in your prime, you know when you got to go for 63, and when you just need 25. That's all of that to me is being in your prime. Like, yeah, you know, you could go back to a lot of guys. You could go back to their rookie season, and they never jumped higher or ran faster. You said that's excuses. He got his first ring off inexperienced OKC, baby KD, Russ and Harden. I mean, well, you can't really say that any of those players ever truly developed. You know, in terms of them being together, I think they would have won chips. But you know, when you say baby KD, so who's the grown KD? Where's Who's the grown KD? Grown KD is 27, 2017, 2018. I mean, look, and like it's just it's a team sport, right? But look, at one time, I don't know if it's still that way, but at one time, did you know that Carmelo Anthony was the #1 scorer in the Olympics? Now, I don't think that that's because, and don't get me wrong, he is absolutely, a top all-time scorer in the NBA. But I don't think that that's because he was the best. Remember, he's going to the Olympics with LeBron. He's going there with Kobe. He's going there with KD. And that's one of the reasons that I think he was such an effective scorer is that when you going on a team with those guys are getting the best defenders. The best defenders is going on Kobe, then LeBron, then KD. If they have to double, right? Who you think they doubling? They not doubling. They not doubling Carmelo in this instance. I'm not saying he's not a star, Hall of Fame, or all of that. I'm just saying in that instance, you're always the guy with the open shot. And so I think it's a travesty that he got those MVPs. Because he scored because you had to double Curry. Because Curry is drawing the double and triple team, he's constantly the man with the open shot. And, does he have extreme skill to hit it? But look, I saw him talking about this just the other day where he said, I don't gotta win another championship just for my legacy. Yes, you do. You know what I'm saying? And look, if you look at those games, right, what you would notice is that KD scored his points every night. But when Curry didn't play good, they lost. And when he did play well, they won. So to me, right, he's the most valuable player. He's the guy that how Reggie Jackson said he's the straw that stirs the drink. You make a good point there. I never really looked at Melo in that way, but yeah, Melo probably could have stood to drop about 15 pounds. Actually, you know something? I did think that about the young Melo. But I guess being that, he never got, he didn't have like that much postseason success like that, you know what I'm saying? So we never really got to see him like gassing out. You know what I mean? Really in terms of the way, was he out of shape? You know what I'm saying? But there's also a difference between, being out of shape and then being at, like a max, a weight that where you maximize your abilities. Hello. Look, no, I'm not saying that LeBron was never in his prime. I'm not saying that he didn't lose in his prime. You know, guys go through they primes. I'm just saying that, there's a, like Yogi Berra said, 50% of the game is 90% mental. Or is it the other one? 90% of the game is 50% mental. Where, guys got to develop that too. I mean, at this point, it's based on his stats, you couldn't really blame it on him and say it's his fault. But I mean, and I think that is one of the things that shows that it was the Warriors and not him. Is that it's when what year did did KD leave OKC? You said when KD couldn't play, they lost? What are you talking about when KD couldn't play, they lost? LeBron beat Curry when KD wasn't there? I mean, you do know that Curry had chips before KD was there, right? And after KD was there, right? Or are you saying, if you were a LeBron fan, were you just saying that LeBron is the measuring stick of the NBA? Dwayne Wade. No, matter of fact, that wasn't the Dwayne Wade. In fact, something? I wouldn't say that. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about, then no, Kyrie Irving beat Steph Curry. That was really the difference, is that Kyrie Irving was the rare individual, right? In that rare instance, I don't think 10 times out of 10 he would do that. He outplayed Steph Curry. Down the stretch, LeBron was missing shots. And Kyrie was going crazy. Kyrie couldn't miss. So KD left in 2016, right? So look, this is what I'm telling you, that OKC is the only team that has recovered even a little bit. And how many years did it take them to recover from KD leaving? Brooklyn hasn't had a good season since they drafted KD. Phoenix hasn't had a good season. Not since they traded for KD. Phoenix hasn't had a good season. Now look, let's see what happens in Houston. You said KD went to the finals before Steph and lost. He didn't win. So I gotta tell you, like my grandfather, yeah, but he didn't win. This is not horseshoes. But yeah, though, I did look. I was talking to my daughters because all my daughters they're socialists. I have no idea. I have no idea. I know. Actually, you know what? That's what happens when you send people to school. You know what I'm saying? So all my daughters are socialists. So I did when I text my one daughter, right, and I asked her, I think I asked her if she voted or whatever. So then she said, yes, it's Mom Donnie's stand now. she referred to New York as Mom Donnie's stand. Said LeBron went and didn't win, and he's lost more finals than won them. So there's that. I mean, but when you get to that level, the amount of finals that he got to, right? Even if he lost them, when it's that amount, especially the amount that he went to in a row, I think that counts. And I'm saying, look, this is what I'm saying is that, see, I have to be consistent. You remember the Buffalo Bills of the late 80s, early 90s that lost 4 straight Super Bowls? Listen, I think that counts. I think that, look, they lost. They didn't win. I can't say. Look, they lost one to the Giants. Last minute field goal. They lost. They didn't win. But getting there 4 times in a row, listen, that's got to be, winning the championship. Let's say that's the hardest thing. Saying going 4 times in a row has got to be up there right under that. So it's got to count for something. Plus, right now, LeBron got to save his legacy. I think his man ready. LeBron got to save his legacy right now. I don't know. That's the elephant in the room. Y'all don't want to talk about. Y'all don't talk about how LeBron's man might have snitched on this whole gambling thing. I'm not gonna let y'all off the hook because I see y'all LeBron fans up in here. Not letting y'all off the hook like that. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You right here, the Celtics assemble a team just to stop LeBron. Golden State assemble a team to stop LeBron. I wouldn't say that. Every Green said, I think student loans makes everybody socialist. Yeah, my daughter's my middle daughter, the one that said Mom Donnie stand, yeah, she definitely she's stacked up with student loans. But I mean, so far, see, here's the thing, and this is what I was sort of saying to my daughter, right? Is that the level of change that he's proposing, right? I don't know if that can happen without a war. I don't know if that can happen, you know what I'm saying, without, I mean, well, look, and that's a tragic situation, right? But I mean, this is just one of the realities that I heard about it is that, uh, there's some people that have all type of real estate development plans for Gaza. You know what I'm saying? Over there in Palestine, you know what I'm saying? It's certain things where it's like, the system is already entrenched in a certain way, right? And so some of these things that you taking, some of these things you saying, you taking the gas out the car. And that's one of the things that's happening in New York right now, right? But the war is still, it's on a political level, right? So what happened is, like he proposed that it be free buses, right? The governor already said no. But then, because Mom Donnie got so much support, right, in the city, she's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Those people, I gotta try. So then she tried to come out and say, yo, I'm gonna try to do free child care. And it's like, yo, well, if you was gonna do so it's a war going on in New York in terms of you got one side, right? The socialist side of the Democratic Party in New York, right, is saying, look, we just won that. It's time to press the gas. It's time to pedal to the metal, gas. Right? And then you got the other side that's saying, look, we got this win right here, right? Let's solidify this, right? Let's calm down. Let's not, make too many waves. Right? Let's calm down. You know what I'm saying? And let's regroup right now and see what we're gonna do. So yes, it's a the rest of the stuff, it really was just a matter of time. You know what I'm saying? But there's some things. I think he got some problems. How would you say? I guess philosophically. You know what I'm saying? Because say for instance, he's talking about the cost of things, right? But you're one of the gentrifiers that's causing the price to be sky high. I don't know his particular family's history, right? But here's the thing. He's Indian, but he was born in Uganda. So like I said, I don't know his particular family's history, but I know that the Indians don't necessarily have a good history in Africa. So you a gentrifier over there, you a gentrifier over here, right? And, he's a rich guy. Not a billionaire, but you're a millionaire. So, I'm just saying that in your perception of even when you say what is affordable, right? Do you have the same perception as everybody else of what's affordable? I said, just to be consistent, why LeBron gets disqualified when he wins, but others that beat him assemble teams, they beat him without his number 2 and number 3. Now look, we talking about the gambling. Look, here's the ultimate problem for LeBron at the end, right? Because I never really was, my favorite player is Dr. J. Fuck all of them, right? The problem with LeBron ultimately is bitch assness. It's that all the other people that you comparing yourself to, they just went out there and played their hardest, and it came out how it came out. He's trying to do shit, like you know what I mean. And I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not mad at him in terms of you controlling and manipulating, because it's the NBA. Somebody's gonna be controlling and manipulating. You know what I'm saying? So we satisfied if it's David Stern doing the controlling, manipulating, or if it's this coach or that GM. But now if it's LeBron, so that part right there, I don't really give him no flack for. But at the same time, look, you chose to be a general manager and a coach and a player. You see what I'm saying? Whereas Jordan chose to just be a player. And then most of the time, right, if you try to be a jack of all trades, right, and you know, Kobe just locks in, I don't give a fuck what's going on in the front office. Whoever you put out here, they better rock their ass out. That's ultimately LeBron's problem. You know, you over there hoisting the mid-season trophy is like all of this stuff is like the NBA is designing things to, you know, force you into the position of the greatest. When if you would have just did it that, you know, just naturally, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It just wasn't look as phony. You know what I'm saying? Like just it doesn't look right. You know what I'm saying? You know, just even with that, like see you load managing so you could stay in the game longer so you could win these championships. You're not doing like Jordan and just playing your hardest, right? For whatever amount of time it lasts and winning your chips. You're not like Kobe. You're not just playing your hardest until your ankle just gives out. And how you came out, that's why his ain't gonna be respected the same. That's why he don't get the same. That's why it ain't the same spec on his name. He said MJ was not having certain things. He had the power of a GM. I mean, yeah, if you not playing good, you getting the fuck out of here. But he's not saying, he's saying, look, this nigga here, get him out of here. Right? And yeah, if they bring in somebody, they're gonna say, look, Jordan, how you feel about Steve Kerr? Yeah, we fuck with Steve Kerr. He can make over shot. Yeah, they doing that, but he's not going out saying, yo, you know, all my college friends, yo, Kenny Smith. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Hakeem. Yeah, that's something different. See, like I said, the load managing, the flopping is just not the same, bro. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I give him credit for some things that other people don't. You know what I'm saying? I think going to 9 straight championships, you know, look, the East being what it is and all of that, you know, just staying healthy for that long is a feat that a lot of people can't accomplish. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I think at the end of the day, you just gotta accept that, you know, LeBron's career, and you know, if you brought up Michael Jordan, right? Or did I bring him up? Whoever brought him up, right? That's not a what for what conversation. He said before he even shot the ball in the NBA, people was hating on him. Well, you said you're talking about the trades. Well, what trades? The only what trades? Like there was Charles Oakley for Bill Cartwright. I would say that was an instrumental trade. I don't know Jordan. You know, it wasn't, that didn't come out on the news that Jordan was the reason that happened. I'm not sure how Dennis Rodman got there. He might have came as a free agent. But outside of that, what's the name was drafted? Kukoc was drafted from Europe. You know, I don't remember those is the players that I remember being instrumental, where we could say, okay, without those players, they might not have won a chip. Other than that, what trades? There's no trades on the level of Kevin Love. What was my man that came from Toronto? Chris Bosh. There's no trades on that level. What? He said Brian didn't start low managing. I mean, he ain't started, but he sure did finish it. Look, I'm just saying that that's what he's doing, and that's something different. Like, look, how much money? Look, somebody Google right now, right? How much money is what's the dude name that was the center? He was the center in Cleveland. They got the baby for the Kardashian. He got the Kardashian girl pregnant. How much does he make every year? So you saying that Chris Bosh just came to the team on his own? You saying Kevin Love just came to the team on his own? What? Yeah, Tristan Thompson. That's what I'm talking about. How much money does Tristan Thompson make a year? See, that was when Cleveland, when LeBron was at Cleveland. Tristan Thompson is the Bronny James of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now I wouldn't put it down there because he actually was a factor. He was a factor in the winning the championship. I give him credit. He was doing his thing. He was doing his thing down low when they won a championship. But I'm just saying, come on, man. He said, "Oh, them like something else." We talking about, hey, yo, did you see the what's the name? Sebastian Telfair. I mean, look, you know, I didn't test him. I didn't give him a test. They didn't say that right there. But I'm just saying on face value, right? What I saw, right? What I saw, uh, Sebastian Telfair appears to be on substance and back living in the projects. Like if you Google Sebastian Telfair right now, right, on YouTube, video will come up, right, with Sebastian Telfair living in the projects looking like he never left, son. And when I say in it, like he looked like he in the projects, G. You know what it looked like? It looked like, you know, those families that they in the projects, right? And they got like a couple of apartments in there and everything, right? And it looks like he's in an apartment where, you know, the family was there and they moved out. He's the last one there. Nah, he's not Delonte West level. That's but you know, Delonte is, you know, he's mental. You know what I mean? He needs you know, some intervention. You know, so yeah, he's in a you know, his condition is worse, right? But you know, the reason that Delonte is going through that, I think is a little more you know, for me, it's more understandable. You know what I'm saying? Like when you hear the things that he's been through in life in general, you know what I'm saying, before he even got involved in the NBA, and then, you know, other things that happened, you know, I can see a little bit more clearly why you know, he's going through those things. You know what I'm saying? And look, Sebastian Telfair might have the same things, and I just don't know. But, you know, as of right now, when you said Damon Jones, I thought Damon Jones was going to jail. That's what I'm saying. This brother, see, look, why is the poet? Why don't you want to talk about LeBron James and his cheating scandal? So that's what y'all saying. He said, my only fear of death is coming back reincarnated. Well, what you think you're gonna be reincarnated as? That's probably you know, that could be what it is. Man, I don't think that's true, VC, bro. Why don't y'all stop? But why y'all don't want to talk about how LeBron is at the root of this gambling scandal? This is what I'm saying. Why y'all not talking about that? Why is the poet why are we not talking about how LeBron, how this whole thing is circling around LeBron? You said, where's the evidence? See, I don't look. This is not that type of channel. This is not that type of channel where we look for the paperwork. But listen, did you know that I think it's the dude Maverick Carter, but one of the dudes that's in LeBron's, you know, agent, managers, whatever, those brothers that's with him, he got caught. He got caught like before everybody, before uh, Terry Rozier, before David Jones, before all of this, he got caught like a year and a half, 2 years ago, gambling illegally. The league found out, he got caught, everything, and then look, nothing happened to him. And all of a sudden, all these investigations get launched. How we not gonna mention that part? How we not gonna mention that part right there? Right, that's what I'm saying. So look, so y'all do know. Why y'all see y'all faking the fun? See, I'm on here with all these LeBron fans. Y'all faking the fun, acting like y'all ain't know Maverick Carter was questioned by the feds for gambling illegally. So if he was questioned by the feds, right, he got caught gambling illegally. And remember, in 2020, gambling they wasn't doing it like they doing now. So if you got people going through all of this now, how did you do that when it was totally not legal? How did you do that then without getting in no trouble? Hey, look, you can take it how you want to take it, but without my advice to you, right, it would be don't do anything. Don't even speed with LeBron and Maverick Carter in your car. Don't speed. don't. If you drive in your car, let's say you just giving LeBron a ride, right? That you just happen you was driving down the street, you know what I'm saying? And LeBron was like, y'all need a ride to the stadium and shit. You know what I mean? Had a little flat tire right here. You know, I'm waiting for the tow truck, but yo, bro, I gotta get to the stadium. Right? And you give LeBron, right? And he be like, yo, I got my man with me. You know what I'm saying? Yo, you can roll Maverick Carter, right? Don't speed. Just a little FYI. But y'all is, you know, y'all are, you know, we're gonna talk all this NBA talk, so we're not gonna talk. We're not gonna mention that the people from the company that was paying Kyrie is suing the owner of the Clippers. Because by him constantly putting that money into the company, he was causing the stock valuations, right, to be not right and exact, and people was investing. So now once this scandal comes out and it turns out that the company is worth nothing, the people have lost all their money. See, I don't know if I said that at the beginning, but look at this. I think Ice Cube got a shot right now. Depending on how this goes. But they running through all the sports. I heard some people in baseball. I heard two baseball people. You said Kawhi is clear. Bro, you holding the money that somebody's got a case for. What you mean are you clear? This is America, black man. Some money was stolen and you got it in your bank. Listen, you know, maybe, you know, Trump is giving out pardons right now. I don't know if he went. I don't know if he meant Trump after he won the championship or whatever. But when you black, That's conspiracy. Nah, see, Steve Ballmer don't go to jail. That's where you got this twisted, son. You actually, if the black man is cleared, it said blame it on the white man. That's not how this works. That's not, that's not how it works, bro. Be the first time I heard that one. Yeah, I heard it's a dude too, the UFC. But now I was saying Ice Cube got a shot. You know, he got the 3-on-3 league. So, you know, if this ends up being like some kind of super huge sanction for the NBA, right? Where the quality of the product falls off for a minute. Then that gives you know, Ice Cube a shot. You know what I'm saying? What I was thinking is, look, Ice Cube might need to this might be the time to just go to 5-on-5, which I'm pretty sure that's why they're allowing him to do that. You know what I'm saying? In terms, you know, the NBA is not trying to well, I don't, you know, they could be trying to crush him and he's just making it happen. But you know, the reason why they probably not putting more energy into it, you know, more propaganda against him or whatever, is because he's probably agreed to not compete against them on the 5-on-5 round. See, VC round, look, all I want to tell y'all, right, is don't ever hire VC round for your attorney. If you ever end up in court, do not take advice from VC round. This is VC round right here. Barmer is the one who put the money in Kawhi's hands, so it's actually on him. See, you can't say that. Like if you go into court, right, and you say, you know, you represent, you say, Your Honor, it's the other defendant that put the money in my client's hands. Not guilty. You can't, you know, if you say that, you know, arrest my case. Your Honor. Listen, they don't even need to deliberate. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, just a little FYI, don't hire, you ever get in trouble, right? You know, if you happen to picked up LeBron, right, and you wasn't paying attention and you started speeding, right? When you get to when you get to the court, right? Don't bring VC round. You said people are still going to spend dollars on the league. You see NFL has some shakeups and still going strong. I mean, yeah, but one of the reasons why people is doing that is because there's no alternative. Said Gilbert Arenas knowingly was playing when he said he was snitching. Yeah, now I ain't know what's going on with Gilbert Arenas because yeah, Gilbert Arenas he's in trouble too. But you know what happened with Gilbert Arenas, man? You know, did you know that Gil kind of lost his channel? Like, remember his channel was Gil's Arena? Now it's just called The Arena. And he's only doing shows on there, I think, 2 days a week now. Now, I know you didn't say you was a lawyer. I'm just warning people. I'm just warning people that you're incriminating. That if you get VC round for a lawyer, right, understand that he will incriminate you. See what I'm saying? Hey, look, he wrote up the contract though. He drew it up. Yeah, how you know that? See, you supposed to say what contract, yeah. My client ain't on no contract. The 35 million, that was a gift. You, what's wrong with you, VC Round? Oh man. Right. Every Green. Yeah, they let Ice Cube play his games in the NBA arenas. That's what I'm saying. All of those things is most likely some kind of non-compete clause in there. So people is not tuning into the big three over the NBA. The WNBA had to start a fake big three league in their off season to try and draw numbers to stop it. They try to draw numbers. Yeah, but see, they got to draw numbers because they don't have the players. See, that's what I'm saying. You got to remember the push is really the players. See, look, in the couple of times that it was successful, right? What happened is people got some really big money behind them, right? They got some really big money behind them, and they was able to get into the ranks of the college kids, and they was able to secure at least part of the next generation, right? So in the ABA, you know what I'm saying, they was able to score uh, Dr. J. You know what I'm saying? They was able to score, you know, Moses Malone. There was people over there that people wanted to see. Now, guaranteed, the ABA games, that was one of their problems. They wasn't having the attendance. But in terms of, you know, the success that they had, you know, at least within the teams that merged, you know what I'm saying? We also saw it, you know, the AFL, you know, the same thing. And, you know, just like they say, you know, once it really got to a point where there was enough players in the other league and the other league was competitive enough. You know what I'm saying? Another time it happened with the USFL. You know what I'm saying? And they Steve Young went over there, Herschel Walker went over there, you know, and guaranteed, you know, all of these situations they didn't overtake the league. You know what I'm saying? But they did have, you know, some success, and they impacted the way the game is, at least on the business level today. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's possible that if he makes that kind of push, you know what I'm saying? That if he makes that, like I said, it's I'm not saying he could take them out in the next year, but what happens if they say, okay, Kyrie banned for life? What happened if a couple other people, right? Did I say Kyrie? I meant Kawhi, right? What if they say Kawhi banned for life? And mind you, Pablo Torre's still out there. Pablo Torre is exposing everybody right now. If they smart, somebody's going. They need to give Pablo Torre. They need to make Pablo Torre the head of communications at the NBA office. If they smart, because a couple more exposés from Pablo Torre, and it's going to be congressional hearing time. But if they get the right players, like look, not for nothing. When the players in the NBA complain, right? I always think that because it's not as many players and it's not as many teams as say like the NFL, right? That it's like, look, if you probably only need the top 8 or 10 players. Like if LeBron is playing in the big three, right? Are you saying that ain't nobody going to the big three game? You saying that they're gonna stop buying LeBron's jersey? You saying that if Steph Curry, you saying they gonna stop buying Steph Curry jerseys? They're gonna take away Aisha Curry's cooking show if Steph Curry was in the big three. Yeah, you saying 100K versus billions won't match up, but look, you got the Saudi Arabia, just like they bought the PGA. Now I don't know how much money is involved with the PGA per se, right? But we know how much money is involved with golf. So I'm just saying, if the sheik or whoever over there decides, yeah, I want to get in this NBA thing, I got all the money. Hey, look, I got one for you, and this is one that I thought about. Look, what if we all go to our sneaker companies? What if we go to Nike, right? We go to Adidas, we go to all these companies and say, look, we can cut out the middleman. We can cut the NBA out because look, we selling sneakers any fucking way. So look, y'all put up the money, y'all sponsor the league, and we're gonna rock out for y'all. Forget the college ranks. These same kids you've been giving the sneakers, we doing. How about that one? Cut the middleman out. Yeah, Saudi Arabia bought EA Sports and bringing in WWE over there for a lot of PPVs. That's, I mean, what's to say that can't happen? What's to say that can't happen? See, because ultimately, I mean, that's just the kind of way that I think, right? Is that, see, if that was the league, right? If LeBron went and made that kind of proposal, then who would be controlling the league? You said they could. It's just dudes gonna want a lot of money just to grace the floor. I mean, they're giving up a lot of money now. Like at the end of the day, what happens when Nike doesn't have to pay the NBA that cut for those jerseys? With Adidas and Puma and all these other brands, we don't got to cut the NBA in now for those jerseys because they our jerseys and our players. He said it's not impossible with the top college player getting NIL money. See, I really better write that up. Not likely, but not impossible if some big money get behind them, like them Saudi here. So I'm saying, look, you get the Saudis, you get Nike, you get all the people that's making this money, and you say, look, we're gonna cut these cats out, right? We're gonna get all new teams, right? Look, here's how you get the stars. You say, look, Shade. Hey, look, Shade. We give you your own franchise. Ja, we see you not. We see you not feeling. We see how you not feeling taking orders. So how about we give you your own franchise? You said too much money to get took off the table. I mean, it's not my plate on. I don't care if it took off the table. I'm just saying that, look, that is, because LeBron is the type of person that be talking about that. And I do think that that's ultimately his goal, is to own a franchise in the NBA, right? But, a lot of times he's talking about this ownership. I'm saying that that's a way to at least have some more control. You see, at the end of the day, it's really Nike that's drafting these kids anyway. It's really the sneaker companies that's supporting these kids through the AAU system, and that's who we hear about. Those are the kids that's ranked number 1 to number 50. So if you don't like what they doing, right, you got to take a knee and all of this stuff. Why don't you get rid of them? You got people, right? You got, look, y'all got Sprite. Y'all got McDonald's. Y'all got all these people that sponsor y'all. You said LeBron is a corporate pawn. I mean, I accept that. I'm not, he's doing what he's doing. This is an idea that I see. He wants an NBA franchise for his legacy. His legacy is very trash. I already tell you that. See, I'm gonna tell you another thing now. In terms of society, right? In terms of, you know, as a parent, right? He gets maximum points, right, for getting Bronny into the league. But in terms of the NBA, that is a blemish. So that's we had, you know, we went a little bit over, a little teensy bit, but I know how we do. Whoever made it this far, do the each one teach one, hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? If you're new here, subscribe. You know what I'm saying? You know, usually we don't go into our sports section or whatever, but we had, you know, it's been a minute that we've been dealing with some serious topics, so we wound it down like that today. You know what I'm saying? But you know, in the meantime, between time, I'm gonna sign off and say peace. We're gonna get some more days in this week. You know, I got a couple more things. You know, this week I told y'all that I had some things that I was gonna clear up. We did that video yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I told y'all about the Professor Jiang that, you know, like I said, I was, you know, I got introduced to some of his materials, some of his other materials. So he has some other very interesting videos. You know what I'm saying? Check some more that pertain to the topics that we deal with. You know what I'm saying? In the meantime, between time, I'm going to sign off and say peace.